Muses. It's that time. We are doing year ahead forecast 2024. I always love to go back and rewatch the previous year to see how it matched up. So if you recall doing my 2023 one, it might be worth going back and rewatching that and then coming to this one to see, just the differences from last year to this year. So we've got 4 piles to choose from. These are going to be pretty in-depth. We're going to get an overall vibe of your year, kind of what the main growth arc is going to be around, kind of that theme. And then we're going to look at each quarter. So 4 different quarters of the year. Just a little insight into like the main kind of theme for the quarter and how that ties into the overarching theme. And then at the very end, we'll get a beautiful message from Kuan Yin, as well as a balance card from the plant realm that shows patterns we'll see when we're in balance versus out of balance. So a lot of great stuff coming. My guess is each pile will be like minimum of 30 minutes, but probably even more than that. So it is a long reading. Grab your coffee, settle in. We're gonna try and dive into this with a lot of detail. So 4 piles to choose from today, and these piles will represent the tarot deck that I'll be using in your reading in different spots, but of course each pile will have a whole bunch of oracle cards, and those oracle cards will be same across the board. So we have pile 1 with Lemurian Quartz. Pile 2 has a Citrine. Pile 3, we have a clear crystal quartz, a little bit in a raw form. And pile 4, we've got Aquamarine. So take as long as you need to feel into these 4 piles. Feel free to pause if you would like to spend a moment to, I was trying to say moment and minute at once. If you want to spend a moment to kind of feel into each of them. I sometimes like to ask, are you my pile? Are you my pile? Are you my pile? Are you my pile? And kind of feel that yes-no resonance. Sometimes it's obvious right off the bat and I'll get drawn into a pile right away, but do what you need, do your process, pause here, spend some time really feeling which one is your 2024 pile. Just one quick thing I want to go over jumping into the year. Some universal things to look for is the numerology of 2024 is going to be an 8. An 8 is a number that gets things done. It has powerhouse energy, powerhouse vision. It's the executive in numerology. So it knows the target, it knows the integrity and responsibility needed, and it has the energy to get in there and go. So whether or not you personally feel that 8 energy, the world in general will feel very nose to the grindstone, assertive, even a little bit bossy at times, but just like a lot of accomplishment going on in general in the world. Whether or not you personally kind of feel that for yourself may depend on your personal numbers for the year and your own life path number, how you connect to the 8 in general. But everyone will have, it's that flavor, when there's something in the zeitgeist, we all touch into it in some way. The other thing to bring up is during this year, the lunar nodes in astrology will be moving through the signs of Aries and Libra, and the nodes tell us where the eclipses are going to be. So where there's a lot of shifts happening. So we have the North Node on the Aries side, which is the North Node is the node that's rebooting. It's hungry, it's eager, it's clear, it's assertive. It has a little bit of a domination power in it. It aligns with Aries energy anyway. That is very similar to Aries tone. So there's a lot of fresh new energy around assertion, around self-centering, around, you know, the military complex has to do with Aries. And we've definitely seen a kick up in that already. But on a personal note, we can tap into getting newly very clear about who we've become and what we newly want in life, what our agenda is, what our center is, what our passion is. It's a little bit of a selfish year in that regard, but these nodal things, it's a 19-year process to get back to any one point. So when the North Node is going into Aries, it is like a universal 20-year reset or 19-year reset. So it will be another 19 years after this year to really have that deep Aries energy that's new and fresh and passionate. So sometimes it's worth, just like the start of a new day at sunrise, we tend to be in our own energy. Spring, we tend to be in our own energy. The North Node in Aries, in a bigger, more like year-long pattern, is sort of like it's time to be in our own energy. Really get clear about who we are, what we want, be assertive, be active, out with the old, in with the new. Oppositely, we have the South Node in Libra, which is the halfway mark. Both of those are. Libra is a halfway mark in the Zodiac, and the South Node is the halfway mark of a 19-year journey that a sign goes through. And so it's this point of where we're facing things that we started about 9 years ago, maybe 9.5 years ago, and we're reaping some karma for good and bad, but we're moving into a place of needing to be a little bit more cooperative, compromising, diplomatic. So you can see how these energies balance themselves. So that energy of like knowing how to be relational, how to move things from conflict to peace, how to cooperate, compromise, create justice, is coming into a really wise spot, a really seasoned spot, ready to get in there and get some stuff done. So the one side is about self-trust and the other side is about establishing trust between others. So it's the axis of trust all around. On the self-trust side, getting back to ourselves in a passionate way. On that, establishing trust with others, using some seasoned, experienced understanding to like get in there and do some more serious work. So that said, we may see some of these themes throughout. We'll see what happens. So the 8, the Aries Libra axis with the nodes. Yeah, interesting stuff, powerful stuff. Those are both very, you know, the 8 and that axis of trust feels like really like a very lively year. I feel like we're gonna have. Yeah, so pause here if you need time with these piles. When you're ready, I will see you in your reading, and I'm going to start with pile 1. All right, see you guys. Hello, pile 1. Welcome to your 2024 year ahead predictions, forecast, outlook, whatever you want to call it. So you guys have this Lemurian quartz, which I'm going to put to the side here. And your tarot deck we will bring back in when we get to the portion of looking at each of the 4 quarters of the year. To start, I want to look at what the arc of growth, the main kind of arc of growth that you will be experiencing this year. So kind of looking at the theme, but in a way where you can see what what you started, where you started the year and where the year is pushing you to grow. So it's kind of giving you an arc. So let's first look at where you're coming in the year sort of established in. What energy are you kind of comfortably in? You've grown into this, where you are sitting at as we start. So we have 44 with environment. 44 is any double number to me is a master number. Oops, we're going to use this again. And 4 is all about foundations, creating foundations and stability and defining things. Adding the 2 4s together, we get an 8, which is the year number, and it's a power number. 8 is the executive. It knows how to hold responsibility, how to get things done. It's sort of the authority of the numbers. So 44 adding up to 8 is kind of like this really, really masterful understanding of how solid foundations are the number one element towards reaching and creating things that build tall and high and sturdy in life. And then I love this environment with it. To me, that's not necessarily environmentalism, although you could think of our foundations as earth in that way, but we could also think of like our foundations being the thing that also creates our environment. So having this knowledge that the environments we create and the environments we put ourselves into have a lot to do with the stability we feel, hence the strength we have to reach. So kind of coming into the year in some power already around that 8 year, really feeling solid in some way with the firefly. So that this is kind of paradoxical and funny to me, but I'm sure it will make sense to you guys. That solidity, though, that maybe you're holding some wisdom in, is around how to use your bursts of creativity. Sort of understanding that sparks of genius, sparks of inspiration ebb and flow, and they're fleeting. So how to, like, coming into the year having like a strong understanding of like how to use those when they come, how to tend to your environment so they come more often. So yeah, like really having done some work coming into the year of like really knowing how to foster creative sparks, how to attract them, and how to use them while they're here. But being, like having that understanding too, that they come and go quite quickly. So sort of also feeling like a preciousness for life, of like everything comes and goes so much more quickly than we realize. And so you may, for some of you, I don't think this is the majority of you, but for some of you, you may have had some loss in the past year that helped you to see how precious life is and how important it is to lean into those sparks when they come, to live life while it's here, to understanding the secret to life is death, that death makes you understand that now is for the living, right? And so when there are things that are actionable and exciting and light you up, you need to like really take that to heart. And so it's like, to me, there's like just this depth of understanding of the preciousness of life actually coming through here that is being understood, whether or not you experience some loss this year. There's something of like really understanding how fleeting life can be, and so how yeah, precious it should be considered. Okay, let's look at what this next year is going to be drawing you to do growth in. So we have health with 71, adding up to 8 again. You're not leaving the 8 energy behind, but you're doing it in a different way. There's still a lot of power and strength that you're going to hold on to this year, but it's going to be a little bit more, on one hand, mystical and specialized, and on the other hand, impulsive and courageous. This feels very science-y to me too. 71 adding to 8 with health is like, yeah, kind of like starting to like dig into the science of things, starting to understand things at a cellular level, giving you like a really passionate knowledge base that's a little mysterious at the same time, but that gives you a certain wisdom of like really understanding what not just health but like well-being are. Like, what is well-being beyond just like traditional Western notion of like, I'm healthy? What is your well-being, and how does that encompass so much more than like feeling like I don't need to go to the doctor, there's no serious complaint right now? It's more, how do I really understand the science of my organism and what being alive in a human body on a living world means, and how many things, like the ecosystem that goes into that, how many factors go into an overall sense of well-being, and really kind of getting into some mysterious, mystical, specialized knowledge around that. Oh, I love the octopus coming out here. Yeah, like really, really getting under the surface of life, really touching into some mysteries, really touching into some things that feel so intricate and so genius, but at the same time, a little alien to you. Like, I think you're diving into territory this year. This year is kind of pushing you to dive into territory that's a little alien to you, but that's intricate and interesting and involved, and really bringing some specialization into your world, that makes you to others feel out of this world too. Also with the 8, 71 adding up to 8, along with the octopus, which has 8 arms, or whatever you call them, tentacles, I guess. Entanglements. There could be opportunities for entanglements, and so there's different ways that can go. That can be being too snoopy, trying to be too involved in what other people are doing, allowing yourself to be roped into too many alluring things. Or you can use that entanglement to empower yourself and know when to say yes and no, and when to know what to trust. And so I like that 7 coming in here with the 71 leading to 8 is like really using some of your mysterious, specialized, mystical, artistic understanding of things this year to know what is and isn't empowering to entangle with, what would or wouldn't drain you of power or enhance your power. really having, you know, like learning some lessons this year about, you know, what sucks your energy and what feeds you energy, how entanglements can empower you and weaken you, and really learning some lessons about how to distinguish what entanglement would do what for you. Really learning to see the red flags or the green lights, you know, in all of it, which is very fascinating. It's a very fascinating year. I think it's coming with like a pretty huge mixed bag of you know, experiences, a lot of personal specialized things that you're diving into, but a lot of entanglements that you're experiencing as well and learning through. But remembering that you understand coming into the year something about environment. Pay attention to that. That holds some kind of key. You're strong in that coming into the year, and that can really be a support for you in understanding, you know, the red flags versus the green lights of like what adds to your well-being. What is healthy, right, to entangle in? What is healthy to specialize in? What is healthy to dive into the alienness of, the genius of, you know? Yeah, very cool. Okay, I wanted to, where did these cards go? Get just like a few other oracle cards to add into these kind of things that you may need to tap. Sort of looking at it as like tools you can use to help you with this growth arc. So we've got forgiveness, interesting. I think I need to move this a little. Okay. So we've got forgiveness. That's interesting. Not one I would have thought. Let's get the other card out before I dissect how that connects in. So we're going to get also a priestess of light that wants to kind of guide you this year, which may show you, because of the tools she's helping you with and guidance, she's giving you some of the things that are going on. Telepathy, transmission, perception, communication. We've got another master number there, 22, adding up to 4. So relationships will be important. Oh, that's where the forgiveness is coming in. Like I said, I think that this is pointing towards a lot of entanglements that test how you understand how being intimately involved, so intimately involved means financially involved, sexually involved, any type of shared resources, any type of like sharing of vulnerabilities. That 22, I think there's going to be a lot of interactions, a lot of relationships coming through, and you need to trust your perceptions and trust how people are communicating and what those nonverbal transmissions also are, what the verbal transmissions are and what the nonverbal transmissions are, to get a true perception of what feels good to entangle with versus not say no to. But because I think there's going to be a lot of these types of things going on, you're learning lessons about this. And so, of course, not all things go smoothly. I think some of them will be great and some of them you'll learn some challenging lessons from. And so it's just like forgiveness. Like, we all have our own agendas. Sometimes those end up not being communicated correctly. Sometimes it's really no one's fault. There was just sort of like, people not on the same page and not realizing it, and things going south, and just finding a forgiving mentality. I think first of all towards yourself. If you get involved in something that you feel bummed out about and like, why did I allow that? I saw the red flag. I fell for it anyway. Just being like, I'm learning though. I learned from this, and now I know better, and this kind of, I understand this vibe, and that will never catch me again. But also sometimes feeling a lot of forgiveness for someone or something that you feel let down by or disappointed about or bummed about, that like that not on the same page thing may not have been like, there may not have been ill will there. It was just like something didn't connect right. Maybe you got burned, but maybe it wasn't like out of this, nefarious plan, right? So I think all around, just like trying to be compassionate on this journey into a lot of entanglements. Interesting, very interesting. But trust, you're given a tool of telepathy. Trust those perceptions. That's we all go on learning curves, and I think it will be a learning curve to really understand those transmissions and perceptions and trust them, So yeah, very cool. Okay, so main theme over the year. It does feel like entanglements is the main theme. Moving on, entanglements that either add to your well-being or affect your well-being. So moving on from here, we're going to look at each quarter of the year and do some oracle cards and tarot cards to really dissect how each quarter is going to feel. And I'll do my best to tie in this overarching theme when it makes sense to as well. So we are going to start with winter. And we're going to get, let's do our oracle, we have a few oracle cards and then some tarot cards and then a couple more oracle cards. So we'll do the first batch of oracle cards and then pause with that for a minute. So the forest, so winter 2024, so that's January, February, March is what I'm at least considering for this reading, just to make it simple. We got the forest. Ooh, this could be the heroine's journey for a lot of you. A lot of, growth of understanding our boundaries. That makes sense. Along with the bear and cedar with leadership. Ooh, well, that's the 8 coming through. Strong leadership. And then we're going to do a moon card to kind of get the mood of what this is all talking about. New moon in Cancer. Okay, so I first am going to read the bear and cedar with leadership from the guidebook. This and this card in each quarter, as well as one last card at the very end, are the only ones I'll read from the guidebook. But I just want to do justice to decks and cards that are more intricate, that that have really specific meanings. Okay, the bear and cedar calls us to be powerful but benevolent, embodying the qualities of a great leader. Bears are emperors of the woodland. The forest, the woodland. Let's see, blah, blah, blah. And guardians of the forest. I spoke too soon. Forest is literally in there. Paired with cedar, a plant known for its healing, protective, and cleansing qualities, this card invites us into mature authority. The spirit of the bear is guiding you to leadership opportunities and reminding you to rule with fairness and care. How how can I be a better leader? How can I benefit from my knowledge and experience? Okay, so yeah, this does feel a little bit like a stage in the heroine's journey, and I'm going to try and just paraphrase that without going over the whole heroine's journey, because that would take me 20 minutes or more. But there's a stage in the heroine's journey where and it doesn't matter what gender you associate with, this is the journey of our yin energy. Where the hero's journey and the yang energy starts out with like being very personalized and individualistic and having to go on a journey to reconnect with one-ment. So one of the last stops on the hero's journey is atonement at one-ment. Oppositely, on the heroine's journey, that yin energy starts out as a very communal, very group-centric, very struggling sometimes to know its own voice or see itself as singular, and so it has to be pushed out of the depths, the water, which represents the yin, out of our depths, out of our water, onto land and into the forest, into the male world of where we learn to hone boundaries and that we can be separate. We can hold boundaries with the evil stepmother and separate ourselves from that, and also meet our shadow, which we may not have seen in our previous, what was called perfect world, which is the meeting of the beast. But that can be meeting our shadow too, our shadow self, or it can be, a lot of times it's told in romantic ways, which I think we're moving away from these days, which is good. So a lot of times it's represented as like the male counterpart being a beast, like Beauty and the Beast, meeting the beast. I prefer to meet my shadow rather than a male beast. But there's something here in our winter quarter where you are jumping out of your depths and into the forest, where you will learn some lessons about boundaries, about separating yourself as an individual with your own wants and desires and needs. And something about that journey is helping you to hone a more ferocious, a more commanding, a more powerful leadership style. But then we have that new moon in Cancer, which is still very feminine in nature. So it's like you're not totally like turning into a full yang here. It's like learning how to have boundaries and command and leadership, but doing it all with a empathetic, intuitive, nourishing, approach. And there may be some things about what you previously found nourishing that change as you do this. You may break out of old ways of nourishing others into new ways of doing that has more boundaries and allows you to hold a little bit more command without losing that tenderness, just doing it in a different way, doing it in a little bit more of a boundaried way. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so let's get some tarot cards for this. We've got 7 of Cups. I don't know if I'm going to fit all of the cards I planned on for. And then we've got, 7 of Cups, 4 of Cups, Eight of Crystals. Okay. You may feel a little bit, I mean, not surprising. I think being pushed into the forest and out of your depths is going to feel a little bit vulnerable. I think you're sometimes going to feel a little bit confused as to which opportunity, which direction is correct. But this Eight of Crystals is indicating that go with what you know. Don't try to separate and create boundaries and step into leadership in something that you don't already have some skill in. Trust that you already have a lot of skill in some way that is being called forward. So trust what you already know. Trust things you're already a little bit skilled at. Maybe that's a skill that you've never put towards being like using it in a leadership capacity. But it's being called forward, and something about a skill you possess will help you to stabilize and to hone in on what is the right choices. Because the Seven of Cups is kind of tapping into that entanglement stuff. Not all that glitters is gold, and sometimes we can be seduced. To me, the Seven of Cups shows that, like, close your eyes and make a choice here. If there's multiple options put in front of you when you are in the forest, of which way to go in the forest, how to develop your leadership in the forest. Not all is as it appears. Close your eyes and ask how certain scenarios feel to you. And that holds a better answer to you than how it appears, is how it feels. And that will give you more firm foundations, and it will likely feel right to you because there's something about that you have a little bit of an upper hand already. You already have some skill in whatever decisions feel right. They feel right because there's something, a skill you have that can be applied. Even if it's not a direct one-to-one thing, there is a skill you have that can be applied that can give you a little bit of an upper hand. And that's why things will feel resonant or not when you kind of close your eyes and ask intuitively how they feel. Yeah, very interesting. Okay, we have a couple more oracle cards and then we'll move on to spring. Woo! Well, this is the card that turned over. I think we're gonna have to layer all of these. So it says Herkimer, Diamond, and Snowdrop, Resurrection, Commitment, Purification, Devotion. Yeah, it feels like there is a decision. You know, that first entanglement is coming up and there's like a decision to make because there's maybe multiple options around something to entangle in, whether that's, again, like I said earlier with the entanglement, whether that's around resources, around, you know, vulnerabilities you're sharing, intimacy, when you make a decision based on your intuition and some sort of skill you feel might be applicable, you will also feel this sense of being able to really devote and commit to whatever decision you're making here around leadership. So for some of you, you could be offered like a leadership, you know, some leadership positions. You may be looking for like a new job. You may be offered different kinds of opportunities out in the world, but this is sort of like you're being pushed out in the world and some openings are coming toward you, but it's sort of like, which one is right though? Your intuition will tell you, not what is being presented. When that's the right decision for you, you will feel like you can absolutely devote and commit to it. And don't worry if it's like you make a wrong decision first. I get the sense that like it's not irreversible. That was my sense with this octopus. I think you're really dynamic this year. So if you entangle in something initially and all of a sudden you're like, oh, this isn't right, or you get burned right away, you have 8 other arms, and so you can pivot, right? You can. So don't be upset with yourself if you feel like in this winter quarter you've made a wrong decision. I think you'll be able to reach out and grab the other thing that you're like, oh wait, that was the thing. That was the path I was supposed to take. Not for everyone, but some of you may have to backtrack a little, but it shouldn't be too big of a problem. And then hummingbird, release what you've been carrying and lighten up. New joy is on the way. Yeah, so surrendering, to me, this is like surrendering a little bit of like being in the cave, being heavy down in the roots of things, in the foundations of things, because it would make sense that this first quarter you're kind of being booted out of what you stabilized in coming into the year in order to grow into the new thing. So it's sort of like you're being booted out of the depths into the scary world, the forest, so out of the depths of the ocean into the forest. But something about that actually lightens up your life, and this hummingbird is saying, like, try to find the joy in that. There is a lot of like curiosity and beauty and interesting things to explore on the surface, in the new world, out in the world. Have fun with it, be light with it. And again, hummingbirds pivot very easily. They can move up and down, back and forward. They can travel great distances. It's a bird that I've always associated with like connection to the heart and joy. So it's just like, be light, explore, experiment. Maybe you take a path in the forest that you realize half a mile in is not great. It's okay. Like, be light about it. Backtrack, try that other one. I think this first quarter is a little bit of experimenting to get onto the right path out into the forest of the yang world, out into the world. So, okay, so that's winter. We're gonna pick those up now and take a look at spring. Okay, let's see what we've got going on in spring. The mother, very interesting. Okay. The snake and fern starting over. Okay. I do get the sense where I was leaving off winter, I was definitely feeling like it was a time to experiment, so keep it light, and that does confirm it. Like, spring will be the real kind of like commitment, that thing, when you finally find that thing to commit and devote to. I think will be right as you start spring. At the very end of winter, right as you start spring, there's some kind of shedding of a skin, suddenly understanding something about boundaries you didn't before, and like kicking off in a new way. Full moon in Gemini with the mother. Okay, well, let's read from the Woodland Wardens real quick. So snake and fern starting over. My little dog came to say hi. Hi, Indy. Okay. Snake and fern starting over. The snake and fern call us to start anew, regularly shedding its skin. The snake is a symbol of rebirth. I mean, spring is also that time of rebirth too. Rebirth and transformative healing. There's some health stuff for sure too. And in many cultures, the fern is associated with new life and new beginnings. To the Maori of New Zealand, an image of the unfurling silver fern frond, or koru, is a central motif indicating growth and a return to one's origins. Together, the snake and fern inspire confidence as we start over or embark along a new path. This is like a story that is just continuing seamlessly. A rebirth is imminent. Summon the magical protection of the fern and wriggle free of old trappings. Can I grow by returning to my point of origin? Who or what protects me when I shed my skin and become vulnerable? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this absolutely picks back up on, just picks up on the story where we left off. So spring, I think winter, you're going to be experimenting a little bit. I think you might take a few wrong paths and have to double back. And it's all okay. It's all part of the process of learning the language of your intuition, starting to pick up on the instinct of what to trust and what not to trust, really learning the language of like a new world you've pushed yourself out into. But you come into spring with an understanding of what new path you're ready to commit to, and really feeling fresh and alive, but also a little bit vulnerable and a little bit anxious there. Nonetheless, with the mother, coming into this knowing of how to move life through you versus feeling like life is happening to you. So in that, like we saw in the winter, that first jump out of the depths into the forest, because it's so unfamiliar and it's making you grow in a more individualistic way rather than unity, in coming from unity and moving you to separation and individuation, it can catch you off guard a little, and it can feel like life is happening to you. You step into spring with a deep, you've been through a pretty good learning curve in winter. I think you will go through a lot of experiences and you will mature very quickly, and you will step into, like, from a maiden phase to a mother phase very, very quickly. You will suddenly know on this new path how to respond to life, how to move life through you, and not feeling like life is just happening to you. But there still is some vulnerability here. And I would say that it's a time to try and find community and support systems. It may actually feel really, really good to you to, maybe that's part of the leadership thing that we saw in winter, is like starting a community, starting a little group or something that is the kind of community that you've been seeking and didn't find in winter. Maybe you have to take the lead and create that community and get out and network and mingle and meet people and try to create, like, you need to take the lead to kind of create some kind of community. I'm feeling like stepping into that nourishing mother role of, like, the mother of a community, the leader and mother of a community that's kind of a new community, a fresh community. The other way to read this is just you getting out and joining lots of communities, being active in your community, being active out in the world, out in, being part of the world and feeling a little bit vulnerable about that at the same time. But knowing you have a certain foundation, again, that you came in the year with, of like really understanding foundations and knowing how to tend to self-care, knowing how to nourish yourself when you feel vulnerable, and trusting that you know how to nourish yourself and that you have the strength to do that when you feel vulnerable and anxious and a little out of your depths, literally. But something new going on here, and I feel like, you know, the skin you're shedding is a skin that still needed work on boundaries and individuation. And so the starting over is like really getting that, really coming into some strength in this. Okay, let's do some tarot cards. Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, spring is going to be big. King of Wands. There we pick up on the leadership again. And Knight of Crystals. Yeah, I mean, spring is that big moment of change, that big commitment where life feels different, circumstances change. You're really thrust into a leadership position where you're needing to get out and mingle more, really stand in your authority in either your passion or your creativity, and being interested in the values you're acquiring. Sort of like as you're out mingling in the world and kind of standing in some authority and in something with community, it's like you're acquiring new values, and they're values you're feeling really sacred about. Like they were hard earned, hard won, and so you're feeling very, kind of protective of them, nurturing of them. That's the Mother also coming in with Knight of Crystals. I think they kind of combine to really nourish some new boundary or some new values that you're acquiring. Could be a new income for some of you. Yeah. Okay, let's see a couple more oracle cards here. Obsidian and Hellbore. Shadow Mirror, Deep Healing, Understanding, Seer. Wow. I think whatever you find as you push yourself further into the world and into individuation, it's something that brings new balance to you, which helps to restore some of your health and power. And that balance helps you to have a greater sort of broad understanding, like confidence in your understandings of things going on around you and in the world. And so having this ability to trust what you see, trust your inner seeing, your third eye kind of thing. And then we have Crow. Universal laws and truths are now being revealed. Use this energy to create your reality. Yeah, new values, new worth coming in. It's giving you, I think, like a boost in confidence, that boost in understanding. And it's like, the Wheel of Fortune is showing like a chapter is turning, and you're like really suddenly in this kind of ability to create boundaries and separate and individuate, like really starting to get how to mold your world, how to manifest things specific to what you need and want versus things for your, the oneness that you feel, right? Things for the whole. It's like starting to manifest things for you, which is something that's needed to balance you. I think maybe you've been able to manifest a lot for like the world in general, putting out a lot of ability to create unity, but now it's a different phase, and the phase in order to balance you is manifesting things for you. Yeah, very cool. Okay, let's look at summer. All right. Okay. The underworld. This is, oh my gosh. This is hysterical because in tracking the heroine's journey, this would kind of be the next step after like mastering the forest, is like meeting your shadow, and that's the underworld. So summer is going to be some like seeing, if you're a romantic, it might be meeting the beast. If this is more, but I feel for, you know, the way I'm wanting to dive into this, it's more personal work because we are individuating here. This is meeting your shadow in summer. Gosh, that's, I mean, wow, this is very fascinating, you guys. So this year is a heroine's journey, basically. Okay, the butterfly and snowdrop. Let's see the mood. North Node, step out of your comfort zone. Oh, wow. Okay, well, let's read about the butterfly and snowdrop, and then we'll dive into the integration of it all. So, let's see. Here it is, hope. The butterfly and snowdrop, two symbols of spring, remind us that winter will soon end and hope is on the horizon. Butterflies develop through metamorphosis, transforming from an egg into a larva, then becoming a pupa or chrysalis, and finally hatching into an adult. The egg stage is so humble and the full-grown butterfly so astounding. The process can feel like magic. The snowdrop has a bit of magic about it as well. It is one of the first flowers to appear toward the end of winter, signifying that brighter, longer days are just around the corner. A period of hardship is coming to a close and better days are ahead. Take heart in signs of the coming thaw. What gives me hope in times of scarcity? Yeah, so summer, the start of summer is where you are down in the underworld. You have shed a lot of layers, surrendered a lot of things about who you thought you were. There's one myth, it's like one of actually the oldest myths in civil, in written form. It's the descent of Inanna down to meet her twin sister, the queen of the underworld. So Inanna is the queen of the upper, or the kind of like the human world-ish area. But she goes to meet her sister, who's queen of the underworld. She's actually done something that contributed to her sister's husband's death and is going down there for the funeral rites. Her sister's pissed. She makes her shed one of her royal garments at each of the 7 gates to the underworld. And when she gets there, she kills her and hangs her body, her corpse, on a hook. But there's other players in it that help to save her and to calm, it's like Ershkigal. I can't remember her sister's name. It's a difficult one to pronounce. But really, a lot of people see it as the queen of the underworld being Inanna's shadow. And she integrates them at this point. And then when she's saved and resurrected, which we actually saw resurrection in spring, She then ascends as a more whole integrated queen rather than kind of like a maiden queen. She's like a mature, commanding, powerful queen. And so I feel like summer, you are coming out from the depths. I think by the end of spring, you're at that place of like hung on the hook, kind of bare naked. Going through some trials and tribulations and understanding your boundaries, your individuation, having to get out in the big world and learn new things, and that may be bringing up certain shadows within you weren't aware of. And it kind of creating some ego death, right? Sort of like we get into the forest and we start developing ego, and like immediately it's tested. And then as we go through all those tests, we end up in the underworld and really, go through the biggest ego death and really transform into like a very powerful sense of self that's really integrated. And kind of, this is the point to me of like starting to merge the yin and yang back together, and really stepping into your power, blossoming now as a butterfly versus having started out as that snake or caterpillar, I guess you could say. And it being a real new phase for you, a real big new start. And the step out of, it's like out of your comfort zone, something different, something new. But at the same time, the North Node is also where we're really hungry and eager. So even though it's out of your comfort zone, there's impulse there, there's passion to get out there and spread your butterfly wings and really feel your personal individuated colors coming to life in a more integrated way. I think you're feeling your colors in spring, but in summer, at least by the end of summer, it's like there's an integration of the yin and yang. You're coming back, being able to return to origin, to where things go back into unity, but in a way where you understand your originality within the unity, kind of thing. And that feeling like a totally new way of being in where you started from. Okay, 7 of Swords. Yeah, that's all about owning your originality. 10 of Wands, definitely indicating it's a journey that's had a lot of experiences. And then King of Cups. Yeah, integrating, because we had the mother in spring, and now we have the King of Cups, which could be sort of like the father or the masculine authority. You're integrating that now. You're really integrating that masculine side of you into the feminine side of you. This 10 of Wands does show that it has been a journey with a steep learning curve. There's been a lot to go through. And a lot of it is really having to step into your originality and own it and be okay with being individuated. I think that's maybe something, I think we all go through cycles of learning new layers of where our boundaries are. And this cycle of learning it for you is like, okay, maybe I have in previous cycles learned good boundaries about this or that, but maybe I've never really understood boundaries around being individuated apart from the unity. Maybe that's not felt natural or like right or okay to do. But this cycle is trying to teach you that that's something that you do have to do so that you can add your unique color to the unity, to that unity consciousness, to really contribute to that and bring more light to it, you have to understand what your originality is, and you have to separate in order to do that. And so like coming into some stronger boundaries of realizing like separation is actually a positive thing, and it really helps you to find the authority of your emotions, the authority of what you feel and need, and how you can use your heart and your love for the unity, but coming from a personal authority. I hope that made sense. Okay, let's get some cards here. Aquamarine and Lily, go with the flow. Divine Mother, Shekinah flow, detach. To me, these coming next to each other, it's like the divine Father and the Divine Mother unifying here. Integration is happening in summer. I think you already have a strong divine feminine. That divine masculine is what you are mastering in summer, and by the end of summer, integrating them and really, really stepping into your original vibration that knows how to be individual and knows how to come back into the unity. And then we've got Dove. Feel and allow a deeper sense of peace to fill you now. This is a divine quality. Yeah, it's balance, restoring some balance that has not been there due to just needing to learn a lot about individuation. Yeah, so by the end of summer, it's just like a new peace, a new balance, and hence a new ability to touch divinity in a deeper way. Really beautiful, you guys. Okay, last quarter, autumn. Let's see what's going on here. Dead end. Interesting. Oof. The Weasel and Pine with introspection. Bring love into the situation. New moon in Aquarius. Well, let's read about the Weasel and Pine before I go off my thoughts here, but I do have some. Okay, weasels can be warriors or spies, moving quickly and often alone. They make observations from afar and adjust their plans accordingly. Remember that solitary creatures are nothing to fear, and an introverted nature is nothing to feel ashamed of. Knowing oneself and being comfortable alone are desirable skills. Like the weasel, the pine tree works to be self-sufficient. One of the fastest growing evergreens, its prickly needles have a waxy coating that helps them retain water. You are called to a time of solitude. Isolation allows for contemplation, which can lead to self-knowledge. Okay. When do I like to be alone? How can I better understand and respect myself? So to me, this is you coming into a really reflective time. We saw in the first half of the year, there was a lot of need for, I think especially in spring, but I think also a little bit in winter, there was this need to be out in the world and connecting and communicating. And I think maybe, that was a lot. There was a lot of neurogenesis going on, a lot of growth going on. And, then by summer, we were integrating a lot of new things. And so I think by fall, you're just kind of this dead end isn't end of the road. This dead end is you need a break. You need to reflect. You've been through a lot of growth. You've been through this big integration process. Now it's time to just sit with that. Observe things, take inventory of where you're at. really feeling a new sense of friendship in the world too. Really feeling into that. Like you can be detached and watch that and just feel it. You don't have to be, the Aquarius is a very detached sign, but it's also the sign of friendship. And I think this is a time to step back, to take stock of everything, to reflect on it all. Just take it in, take a breath. Notice the things you've learned, in terms of like what did empower you, what reestablished some well-being, where there were some wounds that you learned things through, what you better understand about entangling in the world, what you need to forgive in yourself and others now that you can kind of breathe a little bit. I think this is the universe giving you a pause, a moment to, just step back, take it all in, process it. Just breathe a bit. But also like game plan and what's going forward here with that weasel. It's adjusting plans. You've changed. So what does that mean about where you're going, what you need? I think that pause will help you to kind of re-engage like some new plans. Okay, we got 9 of Wands. Yeah, that's reflection. 9 of Wands is all about looking back on a journey and reflecting, literally. Magician, very, very different understanding of how you manifest in life. You are turned into a different kind of magician. The magician is knowing what resources we have and how to use them to manifest, and you've sort of transformed. You're a different kind of magician, and you need to kind of look at what that is. What is your magician quality now? What are you trying to manifest? And the Knight of Cups, with a waning crescent moon above her. Oops, let's see. I want to plug that Knight of Cups into the reflection part. I think when you step back in autumn, you're going to see you as an archetype in this journey may have felt a little bit like a Knight of Cups. Your individuation may feel a little bit like a Knight of Cups, of really knowing how to use your emotions to create sway in the world, to know who you are, to understand what it is you want. Yeah. You've really individuated into this Knight of Cups of like a really bold, fierce character that's not scared of his or her emotions, knows how to use them, knows how to take advantage of their emotions, how to use emotions to motivate, how to use emotions to create. Well, yeah, plugging into the magician, it's like it's like that merging. It's an archetypal merger. Your magician, your new quality of magician has like a Knight of Cups essence, how to manifest through knowing how to take action through emotions in a really mature and confident and individuated way. Yeah. Okay. Let's get last cards for autumn. We've got Septarian Nodules, Way Shower, Shake Up the System, Cellular Upgrades. Interesting. So maybe as you kind of step back in autumn and look at the bigger picture and reflect on things, you've been doing a lot of personal development over the course of the year. And that detachment in autumn where you're kind of coming up with new plans and like, what's the new path? Where am I going now that I've kind of sort of completed this journey in a way? You may start to see how that new integration and who you've become can actually do something cool in the world, be a way shower in the world in like a bigger way, kind of use that personal growth to create some growth and movement in more worldly ways. That's kind of what this feels like. And then Condor, hold the highest vision for your life. You now possess the ability to move past any hurdles. Yeah, you're coming out of this year with a lot of strength, trusting your abilities, trusting your individuation, holding more confidence, more balance, having a vision by the end of the year of something bigger, some bigger part in the world, it feels like. Okay, very cool. So those are the 4 quarters. To end the reading, I am going to get us a message from Kuan Yin, and I'm going to read a little bit from the guidebook. Her messages are very long, so I'm just going to like pick out a portion to read. And then we will also do a message from a plant that helps to show us certain patterns we may notice when we are in balance or not in balance on our growth journey over the year. Okay, so Kuan Yin message, filling this one. Maiden Magoo. Okay, so it's Kuan Yin number 16. Let me find her. Goddess of spring, healing and transformation brings you assistance now. You are asked to honor the light. That light can come from even the darkest beginnings. In fact, sometimes we need to enter the unknown parts of ourselves to find exactly what we need to grow in peace, creative self-fulfillment, and happiness. The challenge can be to trust that we will arise from this darker place again. Just as the spring always follows the winter, beloved, so too will any inner work with the shadow precede a beautiful rebirth for you. I mean, literally, she's talking about going to meet our shadow. Growth journey about, just a new integration of self, a better balance of self here. That is really funny. Let me see if there's anything else we want to pick out. My dog's over here throwing a tantrum because he wants to walk. Indy, leave it. Okay, let's see. Maiden Magoo's special blessing to you is to realize that you will soon enter the spring of rebirth with this process. Entering into the shadow self can feel like going into a spiritual winter. It can feel dark and alone, delving into the parts of us that we might prefer not to look at too closely. Allow the process that is happening for you to bring more of you to light. Don't be scared. You might not have been ready to see yourself as an empowered, spiritual, musical, creative, healthy, or talented being in the past, and yet now you are more ready for this. So embrace it. Have trust in beloved Kuan Yin that these energies only seek expression when the psyche is ready for it. So this is the journey you're going on this year because you're ready for it. Jumping out of your depths, meeting your shadow, new integration, coming into better balance, and rebirthing as that magician, Knight of Cups ability to really expand and be courageous and move life through emotion and flow. Okay, so the plant you have is pine, which I think that was in one of your cards. Pine and one of the animals, I can't remember. So patterns you'll notice this year when you are not in balance: melancholic obsession with past events, overemphasis on guilt or self-blame, so forgiveness is needed here, paralysis due to excessive self-criticism. So patterns you'll notice when you are in balance this year: self-acceptance, self-forgiveness, freedom to move forward despite past mistakes. Beautiful. Wow, I mean, literally, that was a crazy reading because everything sort of flowed flawlessly from one stage to the next. And then Kuan Yin picked up on that all at the end in one swoop. So yeah, I hope this resonated. What a big year for you guys. I wasn't sure how long these readings were going to be. I knew they would be more than 30 minutes, but we're an hour and 10. So hopefully that gave you a lot to fill into for the year. And yeah, happy 2024. Good luck on this massive journey. So much growth into empowerment, balance, integrating the yang a little more into your yin, individuation. Yeah, amazing. Different kind of ability to manifest when you come out of it. So if this resonated, I always appreciate the things, likes and shares and subscribes. Always very grateful for kind and thoughtful comments as well, and definitely hope that you have a beautiful day wherever and whenever you are. All right, see you guys. Oh, and be sure to, these very, long arc readings are great to come back to review. You might even want to come back each quarter. So note down which pile this is. CosmoMuse, pile 1. And you could even put in your calendar to come revisit, on your phone calendar, at each of the solstices and equinoxes. Go put it in now, go rewatch and see how this journey's going for you and see what's up ahead next. Okay, I will see you guys in future readings. Hello, Pile 2. Welcome to your 2024 year ahead predictions. You guys picked the Citrine, which we'll put over to the side during your reading. Let's see. And then your tarot deck is going to be the Good Tarot, which I will pull out a little bit later in the reading. So just a heads up, I wasn't sure how long these were going to take, but having done pile 1 now, we went over an hour. It was almost like an hour and 10 minutes. I'm going to try and get that down a little going forward, but I would plan on an hour. So buckle in, really, get your tea, settle in for this. We go into quite a bit of detail. So just a little bit about what we're going to do. We're going to look at sort of a comparison to get the overarching flavor of this year. So we're going to look at where you are entering the year from. What have you stabilized in? What kind of growth has already taken place that you're coming into the year having sort of felt like you've grown into this energy? And then looking at what this new year, 2024, is going to push you to go through growth in. So that creating a little bit of an arc in a way, and then we'll get a couple more oracle cards to just kind of fill out that overarching energy over your year. And then we are going to do some oracle and tarot cards to look at each of the 4 quarters of your year, kind of what's going on, what's the main vibe, theme of that quarter, and try to tie it in when it makes sense to the overarching energies. Okay, so jumping in, we are going to look at sort of the energy you're coming can't get the deck that you're coming into the year with, where you've sort of really found yourself having solidified kind of new things in you that can help in this year, but you're also kind of being pushed beyond that. So patience, something in 2023, so our previous year, and possibly the year we're still in when you see this, depending on when you come, is something you've probably had to work on a lot over the year. Let's get an animal card to get a little more context about that. Oyster, beautiful. So patience specifically about something you were developing, some kind of inward gift you were developing that you just sort of felt like wasn't ready to put out into the world yet. So a lot of inner development or development of a skill set or gift kind of behind the scenes, really kept private, and having to be very patient with that process. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of you have been in school or some kind of training or just kind of really working on something this year, but in a private way, and being very tender and gentle and patient with that process. The patience, well, number 2 on this numerology card could also indicate having to really work on relationships in like a very, like personal, private, tender way. There may be things in relationships you've had to be patient with and really work on. So all sorts of things in that realm, but a lot of inner strength, a lot of inner understanding of who you are through things you've been working hard at, or through relationships you've been working hard at, or both of those things. Okay, so now let's look at, that's a gift you can always lean into in this year that can be helpful. But we're going to look at what the vibration of 2024 is going to start pushing on you to work on. Wow, interesting. New beginnings. We're going to put these over here, actually. It's interesting going from 2 to 1, kind of going backwards. But I actually like this. This is, number 1s are really, 1 is ruled by the sun in numerology, whereas 2 is ruled by the moon. So kind of coming out of, this year at least wants to push you out of your shell, literally. It wants you to be bold and to follow impulses and to get centered in yourself. Really learn what it is that you need, where your passions lie, what you desire, and to connect to your center, your impulses. It's a really self-focused year, at least, and that is a literal growth arc, like being pushed from being really sort of relationally centered and patient and paying attention to how dynamics work in the world, to really creating boundaries for yourself to think about what you need. So moving from being a little bit other focused into being a little bit more self-focused. Really following your dreams and your passions, your wants, and potentially something new starting in general. A new job, a new relationship, a new house, a new city, a new school. And it might be multiple new things, but kind of a refreshing year. But I think where the challenge is going to come in is like really needing to draw you out of your shell, because I think you're coming into the year feeling a little bit like shy or something. So this year is going to press on you to grow out of your shell and to grow into your light and into confidence and into action. Okay, let's get an animal card to get a little more context about this new beginning. Unicorn, yeah, really trusting your vision, really trusting your higher mind, your inner knowing, visions, premonitions, the magic you hold, just looking into literally a unicorn. That could be something, part of what you really worked on developing was like connection to your third eye, connection to inner knowing, trusting what you see, trusting what you know. And this year, the new beginnings that take place are going to be coming from you having to trust yourself and trust the things you feel you feel are right for you, or you feel are right for your direction. Even if they seem a little bit whimsical. Sometimes inspiration comes from sort of a whimsical place, and then once it actually grounds into the world, it manifests a little bit more practically. But you kind of have to follow that imagination, follow that whimsy in order to get to that more concrete thing. So like leaning into some, a little bit of magical thinking in order to just connect to something that's trying to birth into the world. Really leaning into imagination, into inspiration. And then, that will lead to things that are more real because they inspire you to take leaps, to initiate, to feel excited and just be bold kind of thing. Okay, let's get, let's see, a couple more oracle cards to fill out what this tone of your year is going to be. So abundance, beautiful. Look at these shells. whatever you've been working on kind of below your surface is very valuable. I think it's something you value. And so once you push that out into the world, once you trust yourself to be bold and show the world what you've been working on, it will bring that abundance to you because it's something you've valued and worked really hard at. You've created, this oyster. I think oysters usually only have one pearl. Maybe they have multiple. I don't know. But look at all the pearls falling out of this shell. It's like you think that you've only sort of created one pearl of, gift, talent, something, but it's a whole necklace worth of pearls, a whole kit of jewels to create something beautiful that is going to make you feel abundant and bring some abundance toward you if you can just have the confidence to show it. Yeah, okay, let's get a Priestess of Light too. Go with the flow, letting go, cleansing, and receiving. Yes, I love this. I think because you've been so other focused, you haven't really opened up to receive. I think you've given a lot maybe over the past year. You've had other people on your mind. You've lived for others. You've served others. But now it's time to kind of let go and let the universe return things to you. It may feel a little bit like all these blessings are flooding into you and sort of like, where are they coming from? But it's not. It's just like the universe fulfilling that karmic debt of the output you've given into the world. Like you've given so much beauty to others, and all the while keeping hidden the things that are so special about you. And now you let them out and you just surrender to that process of letting them out, letting yourself be seen, trusting yourself, and in that kind of surrendered state of look, there's a shell on her too. Yeah, letting things come out of the shell. There will be this influx, this flow inwardly. So definitely something you're going to have to work on, which may sound kind of funny to some people, is how to receive, how to let the world give to you. Because what you are shining and what you are being urged to show and starting to surrender into showing, people want to appreciate. They do appreciate. The world appreciates. The universe appreciates. And just being okay with being seen, with dropping into the flow of your glow. I think that's the motto for you this year. It's kind of funny. Drop into the flow of your glow. Let go into it. Receive. Let things out of you. And let the beauty of what that is, because it's glowing. It's, you know, beautiful jewels. Yeah, people want to be a part of that. They want to even own parts of that. So I would also say be good with boundaries of what, who you let in. You know, drop into that flow of your glow, allow yourself to be seen, allow yourself to receive, but that doesn't mean you have to let everything and everyone into the glow. You can have some boundaries about who has access to that, but push yourself in terms of allowing access. Like maybe because of that shyness, you are like, well, I just want like this corner so I still feel safe. So like push yourself to broaden, but don't open up to things that feel toxic. You can still have boundaries around things that feel like insects infesting, right? So yeah, I mean, wow, I just think this year you are ready to, the universe wants to push you to shine, and in doing so, you will receive so much positive and abundant feedback for that. So gorgeous. Okay, moving forward. So that is sort of overarching influence of 2024. So moving forward, we're going to look at each of the 4 quarters. So we're going to look at winter first, and I'm just kind of doing it by month. So January, February, March in general. And we're going to get a few oracle cards. I'm going to sort of decipher those, and then we'll do a few tarot cards, and then we'll end again with a couple of oracle cards. Okay, so winter theme, what's going on? Interesting, the venom. And antelope and wheat. This was one of the cards that came out for the December reading. It'd be interesting to know if some of you that picked that pile for December, if this is like if you picked this pile too, and if maybe that's what this represents is kind of a longer term thing coming in. Okay, so I'm going to read from the guidebook for antelope and wheat, and then we'll just kind of feel into this a little bit. So give me just a minute to find this card in the book. Oh, that's an L, not an I. Sorry, these Roman numerals, there's bars above and below them, so sometimes I don't see if it's an L versus an I. Okay. Okay. Antelope and wheat is nourishment. Antelope are associated with community. Traveling in large herds, they work together to detect predators, locate food, and care for the young and old. This way, the group supports the thriving of each individual. Likewise, golden sheaves of wheat are ancient symbols of prosperity. So already coming in early in the year, some prosperity. A relatively easy grain to grow, store, and convert to flour, and a staple crop around the world, wheat is closely associated with wealth and abundance. Together, the antelope and wheat call us to nourish ourselves and our communities. You are feeling fulfilled, nourished, and secure. Celebrate your good fortune by sharing it with others in need. Invest in your community and ensure you are supported in leaner times. Who or what makes you feel nourished? What fills my proverbial cup? Because of the overarching theme going on here, and in tandem with venom, what I'm feeling is that you are in the winter quarter you're coming out of this year where you've probably learned a lot about relationships and patience. And I think you're starting to really understand what nourishes you in relationships, hence also community. Your community can feel like a relationship to you in sort of a broader sense. So I think you're starting to apply things you've learned in your relationships and applying that more broadly to the communities you give and receive from, and really understanding what a supportive community should feel like. And so I feel like winter, you're detangling from certain communities and people that don't nourish you, and really plugging into taking action and being assertive about plugging into communities that do nourish you, as well as finding more communities that nourish you. So really putting some effort into that community focus of what is my relationship to certain communities in my life? Which ones do I weed out? Which ones do I give more to in order to foster that cycle of give and receive? And where am I missing something that I need in community? What other support systems do I need in my life? What other communities do I need in my life to feel that flow of nourishment and hence abundance? So really doing some detangling in winter quarter of what does and doesn't nourish you in communities, and doing a lot of assertive work to fix that and get into a good place with it. Okay, we are going to do a few tarot cards to look a little bit more into this. Yeah, that's a good sign. You're really going to figure this out in winter. You're going to find those beautiful flows of community. And star. Lovely. This is gorgeous. Although this is going to take work in terms of your heart. You're going to have to be really strong in terms of standing up for what is and isn't allowed in those boundaries. That you suddenly know how to hold nourishment in community and in yourself, but there's things that do and don't foster that, and you're going to have to be really strong in your heart, because I think you're kind of a tender soul, to put your foot down and kind of weed some things out, and that's going to take some strength. You're going to have to test your boundaries, test your assertive nature. It doesn't have to be dramatic, but you still may have some grief to deal with in weeding certain things out. That there still can be beauty in things that suddenly just you realize are overall just toxic, that aren't working. There still can be things, we hold on for reasons. There still can be things that you'll have to mourn and grieve, and letting go of certain communities or people. But overall, you are listening to your heart of like what really feeds me and what really doesn't, and really getting that flow going. The flow of your glow, we're back to that, and coming out of winter feeling so much more hopeful. The star does, even though the star is a beautiful card of like new hope and new belief, that new hope and new belief is coming because of things that have fallen apart, and you're finally getting back on track and seeing a vision for the future because of having gone through something that didn't work. And so there is this indication of separating from certain things, having a strong heart to really follow what it needs and where it guides you, and grieving things you're letting go, but coming out of winter with a lot of trusting what you now know is nourishing, coming out of that with so much harmony in your communities and a lot of new hope. And this to me would indicate that there maybe are some new communities you are engaging, or that you're engaging in different new ways. Yeah. Okay, so some ending messages for you that Spirit wants you to know for winter quarter and what we've talked about. See, Garnet and Ladies, Mantle, Womb Healing, Sexual Power, and Sovereignty. You know, more broadly, when I think of the womb, I think of the sacral chakra. And so this is like really healing your connection to how you feel about things, your sensitivity, your flow, how your glow can flow. A lot of healing going on with that, and really coming into understanding the power of your glow, the power of what is beautiful and nourishing to you. So a lot of healing going on in that regard, which also, if it makes sense to you, could be some sexual healing as well. Okay, and then Falcon, use your keen perception and skill in making decisions, do not delay. And I think those are, you know, the decisions about what to let into the boundaries, what you let have access to, what you're newly having courage in showing about your glow, your beautifulness, your fantasticness that you're being pushed to kind of be more confident in showing. It's, yeah, doing that as you step into winter, as you start to do that, you're really going to see a lot that you're going to have to make decisions about who and what works in your boundaries and what doesn't nourish you anymore there. Yeah. Okay. So winter, some pretty big work there, but I think, you know, I think some of that's going to be tough, but by the end of winter, like in such beautiful space there. Okay. Let's look now at spring. All right. Feeling this. Oh, I love this. Agape. I think that's how it's pronounced. That's how I've been pronouncing it anyway. And the opossum and peony, bashfulness. Here we go. I think you're going to be pushed out of your shell in spring even further. That shyness coming up. Okay, let's read about opossum and peony, and then we'll see how these blend a little bit. Okay, bashfulness. To play possum is to remain quiet and still when faced with danger. The expression comes from the opossum's unique reaction to fear. It keels over and pretends to be dead. This is an instinctual response and an effective one. Spotting what appears to be a dead opossum, predators will often lose interest. Similarly, the beautiful peony flower is associated with bashfulness. According to Greek mythology, nymphs who wished to hide from mortal eyes would disguise themselves as peonies. You may wish to hide away from the world. While periods of solitude are necessary and healthful, be sure your retreat isn't driven by fear. How do I respond to fear, instinctually or otherwise? So spring is pushing on you to really pay attention to when you feel that need to hide in your shell. Does that have to do with fear, or does that have to do with you needing some focus to work on your glow, your gift, whatever it is you work on in your shell? And really starting to distinguish the difference. Because I do think sometimes we need to be a little bit hermity to like get in touch with our instinct and develop a skill and focus. But sometimes we go there out of fear, and I think spring is where you are going through a lot of learning curves and understanding the difference. And so being able to grow out of hiding, out of shyness and bashfulness, and being more assertive about going into hermit mode, shell mode, when that's something you're feeling called to work on, to polish, to develop, you know? So really learning, yeah, what that is. And then in connection to agape, which has to do with devotion, I do think that whatever this thing, you know, these pearls are that you're developing sort of in that hermit mode in your shell, you're finding a new level of devotion to, because I think you're starting to get some feedback from the world. The glow, you know, the flow of your glow suddenly being more seen and present. So you're starting to feel even further devotion to certain ways that you develop your glow, whatever your gifts are, or whatever that glow is to you. And so I do think that you're learning how to go inward and tend to that when that's needed, and how to recognize when you're staying in there just out of a shyness or a fear or an overprotectiveness of your energy, and really being pushed to push yourself out of the shell when that thing you're devoting yourself to working on needs to come back into flow, needs to come back into being seen and asserted into the world. So finding your ebb and flow of when to go into the shell and when to push yourself out, and feeling a new confidence in that patterning, in how to work with that, and when to push yourself a little bit out of shyness, away from shyness, into confidence and being seen. Yeah. So let's look at some tarot cards around this. Ace of Earth. Again, with, you know, this is the power of the material, whether that's finances, possessions, body, anything 3D. It's the power of it. And then like looking at that abundance, like whatever you devote to, whatever your glow is so valuable. And you're really seeing the power of that, and the power of when you assert, allowing that to be seen, asserting that into the world. So I do think you're feeling some new confidence there, and you're finding that, like, yeah, there are times when I need to go inward to develop what this glow is and this balance I have in me, but there are times to push myself out, and I'm finding that I'm really connecting in new ways to that confidence, that ability. And, you know, I'm looking at this, I don't know if it's an elk or a stag, but this new confidence in being seen, it's standing in its glow, right? Go with the flow, let your glow flow. Okay, let's get two more. 10 of Air, 8 of Earth. Yeah, really learning the difference between going inward to work on your craft and going inward out of anxiety and fear. These are the two sides that you're really starting to distinguish, and really knowing when it's useful to go back inward to really work on your skill, when you need that private time to craft, to hone, to refine, and really being able to distinguish when you're staying in that hermit mode because you're just anxious, and really getting a grip on this, and really having that new confidence to step out and kind of dissolve the anxiety, see the illusions of what your anxiety stems from, due to kind of new confidence, you being pushed to work on your confidence. You're really going to confront that in spring. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, let's get some messages about what we've talked about for spring from the cards. I'm feeling this one. Selenite and Willow Tree, Goddess Spiral, Rites of Passage, Dreams, Support. yes, you're totally, by the end of spring, you're totally stepping into your power in a new way. You're going through a rite of passage from like a less mature version of who you are into a much more wise, confident, matured, whatever your glow is, it's helping you to step into a rite of passage to own it and be able to be seen and stand in your wisdom. I do feel like you're kind of moving into like a crone phase. Really being able to stand in a certain wisdom that your devotion has developed within you, and really being able to stand strong, and that you are kind of like a wise guide. There's a lot of sensitivity in you, but you're kind of finding your strength and coming out of your shell with that a little bit, and like finding your just your confidence and really standing in the wisdom you already possess. It's like you're already a crone, but you're just like in your shell. You're coming into a rite of passage to really stand in that. And when I say crone, I don't want you to think of like this wrinkled, warded, like pop culture makes crones a certain way, but like what it really is in the Celtic lore is like that beautiful, wise, mature woman. And you don't have to be a woman. You can be whatever gender you associate with, but I'm just, because of the moons here, kind of in the goddess spiral, feeling that this is your yin side, like really knowing what your autonomy is within a community. I do feel like, we saw that in winter. Community is important to you, and in like a heroine's journey, which pile 1 really tapped into that. There's a different way you're tapping into it though. The hero's journey is about kind of coming from autonomy and getting into atonement at one-man, where it's a little bit, it's not as simple as what I'm saying here, but you could sort of reverse that for the heroine's journey, where you're coming from that unity consciousness and needing to learn what your individuality is so that you can act for the one, for the community with your particular strengths and boundaries and talents. And it's sort of like you have a lot of strengths and beauty and things that should be shown and used, and that you should be in confidence. You should have confidence in. And by the end of spring, you're really getting that. You're standing in your autonomy. You're passing through some illusions about where your anxiety stems from, where your shyness or bashfulness stems from, and really seeing the power of your glow, the power of your gifts, and really newly standing in confidence in that, coming out of your shell as this very wise, unity, consciousness kind of person, but knowing your particular strengths within that oneness. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Okay, let's get another feather message. You've got Nuthatch? Nuthatch? I don't know exactly how that's pronounced. It's interesting. I've used this deck a ton and I've never had this bird. That's really weird. At least that I recall. Stay grounded and welcome the new knowledge and perspectives coming to you. Yeah, I just think that you're developing your glow, your gift further and further, but I also feel like that new knowledge and perspective coming to you is your strength, your power, and really standing in that, grounding into it. Really feeling it, just new confidence coming in there. Beautiful. Loving your journey so far this year. It definitely has its challenges, but it's also just so beautiful. Okay, let's move now to summer quarter. So that would be winter, January, February, March, Spring, which we just saw, was April, May, June. And then summer, July, August, September. Generally, you know, you may want to go by solstices and equinoxes, or you could just go by the month, whatever resonates to you. I'm feeling the one under here for some reason. The Orphan. Okay. I have some thoughts, but let's see what this Woodland Warden card is first. The Salamander and Black Pepper with Inspiration. Okay, so let's read for that, and then we'll see how these work together. Okay, Salamander with Inspiration, symbols of fire and heat. The salamander and black pepper call us to be full of energy and inspired. Both Aristotle and Pliny, I don't know, the elder, wrote of the salamander's ability to withstand flames, and the creature's association with fire is echoed in Greek myth. Black pepper or peppercorn has an earthy flavor with a spicy kick, making it a perfect match for the fire-friendly salamander. Upright, a new opportunity awaits, new beginnings. To fulfill it, you must remain inspired, applying your full energy to your creative endeavors. What inspires me? How do I invite and incorporate more inspiration into my life? Fascinating. So definitely feeling like summer is a quarter where the new beginnings will really start to kick off. I feel like the first half of the year, you're doing a lot of work to kind of like just stand in your power, in your glow, in your confidence, really overcoming some certain shyness, understanding where that comes from. And then I think summer, you just are off and running. And the Orphan is very interesting. I feel like you may come into an understanding by the end of spring, when you're really kind of coming into that rite of passage into your powerful crone archetype of like maybe where some of your shyness, bashfulness, self-protectiveness, your shell came from, is like you may have, you know, my guess is probably 99% of you were not orphans. We may have some here, who knows? But it's an archetype. It's, you know, like this sense in childhood of not belonging to your own family, of not understanding sort of like how you fit in anywhere. And so, you know, that kind of early childhood experience can absolutely foster this need to be self-protective, to find it hard to open up to people, to come out of a shell, because there's a lot of sort of survival and self-protective instinct of not belonging anywhere. And I think that this is indicating to me, it's like as you step further and further into your power, your glow, and your confidence, it's like this dissolves. And I feel like this is showing up in summer for you to like have this, you know, depth psychology understanding of where your shyness came from. And so this is like conquering it because you understand the underlying kind of shell, where the shell came from. It's like once you witness something, once you know it, then you can really overcome it. And so I feel like summer, you're standing in the power of like, I know where this came from. I know where this pattern in me and this shyness and self-protectiveness and insecurity and anxiety came from. I see it. And because I see that, I now overcome it. because I'm seeing how strong I actually am in the world. I'm seeing how beautiful my glow is. I'm seeing how that is bringing me so many opportunities. And so I'm charging into the world now with confidence and fire and courage and assertiveness. And I'm kicking the doors in. I'm kicking down opportunities. They're coming to me, and I'm also deciding what I want and going for those as well. So you have opportunities flowing your way, but you're also creating your own strategy or vision of what you want and going after it. And so it's like that abundance, these opportunities, these new beginnings are coming in multiple ways, in many dimensions. And yeah, I'm just feeling like you're going to be really connected to your inspiration. So knowing what is right and wrong for you, what you want, what to say yes and no to, where your boundaries are, and just like really newly in your confidence, your fire is alive. You know, and summer is the season of fire too. So it's like just doubling down. I think this summer is, it's going to be like exciting, I feel like really feeling like you're overcoming one of the deepest rooted issues in your life. Like you're seeing it in full light, fully under the sun, fully conscious of it, fully conquering it. Okay, let's get some tarot cards. The Empress, beautiful. Yeah, you're really dropping into your flow here in summer, your creation ability. You're knowing that you are fertile and you can create and you can manifest and you can mold your world the way you want it and mold it in a way that is pleasurable and beautiful and inspiring to you. And we have the wheat again, which connects to, that was in the winter, the wheat and antelope, which connected to abundance. So we're just seeing that wheat and abundance here again. So abundance. Yeah, a lot of new opportunity, a lot of abundance, your strength, your confidence. Summer is on fire for you. 5 of Air. And I feel like you're over, and then Queen of Water. You're also like coming to this place of being careful with upsetting the balance of things, with upsetting other people by being you, by going for what you want, by tipping the scales a little bit. That no longer concerns you so much when that infringes on your value and your needs, when that subverts who you are and what you need. You're no longer scared of tipping the scales and being strong and being, a little bit fierce in standing up for yourself, even if that, upsets the balance, upsets others, upsets something. It's like, okay, well, but I have new boundaries and you're just responding to them differently because I used to be the person that people could walk all over and I'm not anymore. And so people are reacting. So you may in summer, as your confidence really turns on, your fire really turns on, you could have people reacting to it, but I don't think you care, to be honest. She's unfazed. She's just like, do what you're gonna do. You can fly away. That's fine. I'm standing in my beauty and my glow. Stay and experience who I really am, or go. I don't care, kind of thing. Love it. You're just, unperturbed. Whatever. You do you. I'm doing me. I know that I am a tender, beautiful, vulnerable, kind, considerate, conscientious person, while still being strong and fiery and courageous and self-advocating. I know that I'm not, a selfish person. So if you're going to react to me as if I am just because I've changed my boundaries, that's on you. Because I know I have a beautiful heart. I understand that. So I'm not scared of people reacting to me. I'm just seeing your reaction is telling me more about you than it is about me. I see. I see why you were here for me before and now you aren't. I see that now. Like, you don't see my heart. So if you need to go. But also attracting in, because you're standing in your glow. And back to that motto, let your glow flow. It's bringing a new flow of energy into your life, new things, new opportunities, new people, new beauty, and you're just in it. That's what I feel. You're just in it. And so whoever comes and goes, it's on them, because they're just responding to your beautiful heart. Okay, let's get some insight from Spirit about all of this. Amber and Dawn Redwood, rewild. I love that. Yeah, you are. You're following your instincts. You're being you. You've rewild. In summer, you are rewild. Druid, tree keeper, perception versus reality. Really understanding that your perceptions are what create your reality, and really coming into your power, which is kind of rewilding you, like coming into your natural essence, having shed some overlays of past things you held, past expectations, past behaviors. Like, you're in your raw self now. And so you're seeing your reality totally shift. And it's because you're perceiving things with a deeper reality, with a deeper authenticity, with a deeper connection to your pure, raw, wild essence, right? Yeah, so you're really going to see your reality shifting in summer. You guys have such a beautiful journey this year. Let's see, this duck wanted to, or goose wanted to come out. Your dreams and desires are calling you to action. The journey begins today. Yeah, I mean, that just confirms sort of what we felt like. Things are really kicking off in summer. The new beginnings are really, really popping in summer. I think, yeah. Reality is shifting. You're holding new dreams and desires, and they are starting to manifest, and it's kicking you into new journeys, new beginnings, new sense of self, new confidence, really connected to your true raw essence, and just giving no F's about it, because you know what a tender, beautiful heart you have, so you can trust being strong, and that being strong isn't selfish. It isn't self-centering. It's sharing your light, really. It's sharing your gifts in the world. It's selfish to have held them back, really. So, okay, so that's summer. Let's do your winter, last quarter, and then we'll do a couple ending cards too. So autumn, October, November, December. You can't make this up. So just like fully claiming autumn, you are in full claimation of your queen status. Love it for you guys. So good. Okay, let's see your Woodland Warden. The raccoon and sycamore, curiosity. Okay, so let's read about that. Okay, the raccoon and sycamore calls us to explore a thrilling new interest, idea, or opportunity. Raccoons are intelligent creatures, dexterous and eager. Often linked to bandits due to the mask-like markings around their eyes, they are quite lovable rascals, rarely seeking to cause harm. Like the raccoon, the sycamore tree is associated with a desire to learn and know. In the Bible, a man named Zacchaeus climbs a sycamore tree to get a better view of Jesus as he passes through the town of Jericho. Jesus rewards the man's curiosity by visiting his home. You are well equipped to explore uncharted territories, climb high into the tree of your interests, bounding from branch to branch. Now is an auspicious time to discover new truths about yourself and your abilities. What new hobbies or interests do I want to explore? Yeah, I think autumn, you're coming into yourself. You've really awakened to your power, your beauty, your glow, and how that glow can really transform your world and bring so much, confidence and beauty to you, around you, within you. And just being in that new sense of self, it's just opening you up to new possibilities, things you never dreamed of for yourself, things you never even considered were possibilities, or even noticed were possibilities, because they felt so, outside of your reach. And now I just feel like the world is now I love this full circle. You come into autumn feeling like, the world is my oyster. What is the biggest dream I could have? I'm going to get curious about this and really feel into, if the world were my oyster, what is the highest vision of my life I can hold? And getting curious about that, really tuning into, if I could absolutely have anything in this world, see anything in this world, if it's my oyster, what is it that I want? What is the reality that I actually know I can create? I just need to know what I want. And finding that new vision, a totally revamped, elevated sense of possibility. Amazing. Okay, let's look at your tarot cards. Come on, you guys. The world is my oyster. That's just like humorous confirmation at this point. Oh, wow. That's funny. That's funny, Spirit. I love the sense of humor. Magician, yeah, manifesting. Messenger of water. Yeah, you're kicking off into new exploration, feeling confident that you can manifest in a whole new way. You can manifest knowing that the world is your oyster now. You can have it, like, whatever you want, you can reach. And you're really setting off through your heart to explore, to conquer, to expand, but through a heart centering, through your beautiful glow, just really releasing it and trusting that it is a magician. It is a manifesting powerhouse. And really just, feeling deserving of asking for what your heart really, really, truly desires if the world were your oyster. You guys, man, you come from your arc, coming from being in literally this tiny shell to the world being your oyster. It is magic, like the unicorn. Really hold, this is tuning me. The one also kind of feels like the horn of the unicorn. Really be conscious this year of holding the highest visions possible for what your heart truly, truly wants. Don't hold back on that. Okay, lilac, spirit quartz, community, healing divisions, teamwork, freedom. And this is coming back to that community centering too. I think you're finding, but you started the year in winter with like having to rethink community and starting to see ways community was and wasn't nourishing you, and then you end the year being in like the most beautifully supportive, flourishing, like with communities full of others like you. others that can see the world as their oyster, but from a heart-centered place, and really feeling that new sense of healing around that orphan, and understanding your queen status and how you can be this integral part of community, and more impactful in community because you're showing up in your particular light. So it's coming full circle where you did kind of individuate, come into your strength, and then come back into community with your strength to be a force, not just for yourself, but to lift the world up and other people up, but doing it through your having unleashed your particular essence, your particular glow, and really knowing what that is and being strong in it and holding it within the unity consciousness. And then we've got Turkey. Honor your own time of harvest. Offer your gifts and blessings as service to the greater good. Yeah, you're coming, by autumn, you are just so blessed. You have so much abundance. You have so much you've received. And now you're starting to redo, go back into that giving and considering others and being of service, but from a totally different place. Instead of being like a servant, you're of service from a more empowered, more strong, more fierce, wild, confident place. And you're ending the year really knowing what it is you have to give and how to give it and where to give it and why, and yeah, just like really having a hold on it. Beautiful, beautiful year, you guys. Okay, to end, we're gonna get one last message from Goddess Kuan Yin about your year, and then we're gonna get a message from a plant that will tell us patterns to recognize, patterns that will show up when you are not in balance, and patterns that will show up when you are in balance over this coming year. Princess of the Autumn Harvest. Literally, autumn was like that harvest, the turkey harvest. That's so funny. Okay, so 22, and that number is a master builder, by the way. Let's see what it says. The princess, and I'm just going to read little parts from this guidebook because it's usually very long, so I'm just kind of picking out little things. Okay, the princess of the autumn harvest brings gifts of bounty and blessings for efforts and actions of the past. It is a time when fruits of labor, when fruits of labors is ripe for the picking. A beautiful blessing is on its way to you now. This may come in the form of a spiritual gift, an opportunity, a windfall of abundance, a significant relationship, or an important friendship, and more. With gratitude in your heart, you will recognize the blessing when it comes to you, and it will serve you perfectly. Be open to receive it, knowing it is justly deserved. So getting back into that, receiving. I'll just read one last little paragraph. This blessing coming to you is a specific reward for endeavor, effort, and inner work over some time, which picks up on what you're coming from. And the first half of the year is still as well. It will look and feel like something precious that has been gifted to you from a benevolent universe. The world is your oyster. And it is. Have faith, be open, and receive, beloved. Your time has come. Wow, so amazing. I love how well that matched. It's a little eerie, but I should not ever be surprised anymore with the cards. They are always doing that. Okay, so the plant for your year that has a message about your balance is impatience. Okay, so when you are not in balance, patterns you will notice: impatience, irritation, hypertension, intolerance, pain due to tension, and resistance in the body. So that's picking up on that one. The one can be a little impatient and impulsive. Patterns of balance, ability to flow harmoniously with time and daily rhythms. That is like being a little bit, this gives it some new context too to overall feeling of, you know, tapping into where I said like, open your shell up and let it flow and let it glow, and that will help you to receive. Don't force things. This should feel easy to allow your flow out, to come out of your shell should feel flowing, not forcing. Okay, so ability to flow harmoniously with time and daily rhythms, patient embrace of life events and the pace of others. So that is something that patterns you will feel when you are in balance this year. Okay, so this is your 2024 predictions, outlook, forecast, whatever you want to call it. I definitely recommend writing somewhere which pile you chose, and that is CosmoMuse Tarot, to come back and revisit it maybe every quarter. You could go in and put at the start of each quarter, like, return to CosmoMuse pile 2, and sort of see what's coming, see how some of these predictions are unfolding for you specifically, as well as like revisiting that overall theme and these balance themes. I do that with other tarot readers that give year ahead readings. I will bookmark them and return to them periodically through the year. I love doing that, so I just feel like, yeah, something that might be helpful for you to kind of really tune into this. Okay, this is where I'm going to leave you guys. I hope this resonated. If so, likes and shares and subscribes are always super helpful. Lets me know what you are liking, helps my channel, and definitely always grateful for kind and thoughtful comments. Just that human touch is always a little nice, but regardless, I'm just grateful for you guys coming here and supporting my channel, allowing me to read for you, so thank you for that. And yeah, I hope to see you in future readings. Have an amazing 2024. Good luck with this journey. It is really, really special. All right, see you guys. Hello, pile 3. Welcome to your 2024 year ahead predictions. So you guys picked the Guardians of the Night Tarot, which we will delve into in a later part of the reading. And you also have this beautiful raw, clear crystal quartz, which I'm just going to put to the side. Okay, so we'll bring these tarot cards back in a little bit. So to start this reading, we are going to get sort of some overarching influences. We're going to look at what you're coming into the year having sort of stabilized and grown into, and then where the new year is going to start to push you into a certain growth arc around. So the things that you're coming in with strength, you can always sort of lean on those. They're there to for you to ground into when you need, or to see sort of where you've come from. But the main focus is going to be about like where this year is trying to push you to grow. And then we'll do a couple more oracle cards to get just further context about that flavor of your year. And then we are going to go quarter by quarter through your year. So winter, spring, summer, autumn, we will get kind of a look into the main thing going on in that quarter and how it might relate to that overarching theme. And then we'll end with a goddess blessing and a plant message as well. So just FYI, the first 2 piles went a little over an hour, so these are definitely going very long, so buckle in. But I think, you know, they've been really beautiful readings so far, and I don't doubt that they all will be. So let's dive in. We are first going to look at where you're kind of coming into the year having come into a lot of growth and newly sort of stabilized in a certain energy. We've got 63 with parenting. Okay, and then we'll get an animal card to pair with it, little context, and hummingbird. Okay, so this is what I like about this, is the hummingbird brings a lot of joy to what this is. I think maybe you've learned a lot in the past year about how to sacrifice and how to really nurture certain things, whether that was yourself, animals, literal kids, nurturing and bringing a project into fruition, just like knowing what it takes to bring things into maturity. Creations into maturity. So that could be living things or projects, but really understanding what it means to kind of foster things, teach things, help them find their wings. But I think that this has been like a creative pursuit at the same time, where you've felt a lot of creativity, and the growth you've had in this is something that brings you, at this point at least, it's like something you have a lot of joy. You found a lot of joy in doing, a lot of heart connection in doing, a lot of lightness around it. So that's a very beautiful thing that you've kind of are bringing into this year with you. Okay, so let's see what the new year is going to start to push you to grow in. 37 time out. That actually, I really like that balance, because this feels like, even though there's a lot of sort of like joy and lightness here, it does feel like a lot of efforting at the same time. And so like this new tone is sort of like, maybe this year you need to relax a little more. Do some like deep, to me it feels like some deep inner work. Like this was a lot of deep, exciting, kind of fun, lively outer activity and work, but I think this year it's like time to get back to certain inward things. What are my values suddenly? You know, like a lot has changed in my life. What are, you know, like what kind of values have I grown into? What's going on within me? What like really interests me in a kind of inner intriguing way? There's still like a lot of, you know, with the 3 here, there's still a lot of creativity. So we had 63 and then 37. So the 3s are, you know, you may just be like very creative, busy-minded type of people. And it's like you're coming from a time of that creativity being very externally focused into a year that's going to push you and take you on a growth journey of like some internal curiosity. What are some maybe scientific or esoteric things I'm interested in? Where are my values? What's going on with me inside? What are these, you know, what are some new fascinations that I'm kind of like tending to inwardly, that are interesting, that are very enriching for my soul inwardly? And nightingale, beautiful. Oh, let's see, I'm gonna put these here. This has a lot to do with voice, but voice in a, I think you know, this year wants to really take you into some very, very personalized creativity is what I'm feeling. And I think it's going to push like a new sort of kind of mystical, more abstract type of voice. More like, this feels very fluttery with the hummingbird, like If you're watching this, you'll see my fingers. Sometimes people just listen and they don't watch, but if you're watching it, you'll see my fingers just kind of like fluttering. Like it feels busy in terms of that creativity. But I think this year it's like that slowing down and that curiosity and that creativity kind of coming into like a more haunting, refined, elegant, mysterious place. So still projecting it into the world, but it coming from a much more internal place, something much more individualistic, much more interior, but still kind of letting it out in the world in very subtle, mysterious ways. It's a very interesting growth arc going on here. Okay, let's get a little more context around this new growth path. New tone of your year, overarching tone. Reciprocity. Okay. I have a thought with that, but I want to see the second, the priest. We're going to get a priestess of light for you to kind of showing a flavor over your year based on which priestess comes to join you. Wisdom, learning, joy, art, and music. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely creative individuals coming to this pile. And I think you've been, like doing a lot of external creativity, like maybe even doing creative work in a company, so other people's creative work. Or just, if it is around your own project or literally parenting a child or fur creature. This year is teaching you a balance. I don't even think that it's a fully inward year because we do see the nightingale kind of still speaking out to the world, even though you're kind of inward here. But it's finding that reciprocity. It's like you're finding a better balance of how to use your creativity. Like maybe you're coming from really knowing how to stand in a certain busy creativity and external creativity. But your growth is now saying, like, that's fun, that's exciting, but it's not sustainable. I need to find a way to tend to myself a little bit more, tend to my pace a little bit more, tend to going a little deeper into things instead of just on, the surface is a very beautiful place in terms of like, I think of spring and the birds and bees. It's very pollinating and beautiful and flirtatious. But there's a time and place for that, and there's a time and place for going deep into things. And I think you're finding, this year is trying to help you find your balance of how do I tend to my energy? How do I go a little deeper with my creativity sometimes? And find that balance that feels reciprocal in what I give out and what I keep to myself and how I expend energy and how I conserve energy. So it's like internal, external in terms of what, you want to be engaged with others and like giving out into the world and what you want to give to yourself, but also this thing of like, how do I find that balance in general just for my energy, just for a certain sense of sustainability? How do I find reciprocity in my own interests and own busyness and own creativity where I don't burn out, where I tend to myself, where I allow space and time to go deep and be alone and go a little more inward? Like you may even have more introverted qualities than, it's like the extroverted side tends to win, but it doesn't mean you don't have an introverted side. And that side is just like, you have not tended to this side of yourself, to me, that introvert part of me, of you. And it's time to drop into that and figure out a way to be reciprocal with your external, internal. Like, these are the two sides of you talking. These are internal voices, by the way. Your introvert is saying, I need attention too. We are way off balance because you do have an introvert side. I'm here. I have a voice, but you have not fed me. And so now we are off balance. And I need you to develop me so that we can find a reciprocal way of balancing you, of giving to that external need to be engaged and that internal side of you that needs depth, that needs self-care, that needs time and space to go deeper into things. Yeah. So now I'm just starting to recycle what I've said. I think you get it. But definitely, like, still in the creative journey. So in general, you could be creative people, or you're just like in a somewhat long-term creative phase in your, things going on in your life. But it's all towards creativity. You're coming from creativity, you're going towards creativity, but just in a different way to find a balance. Okay, so this is kind of the overarching general theme of the year. We are going to jump into the different quarters. So we'll start with winter, and we'll see what the flavor of your winter is and how it might also plug into this overarching theme. So we're going to get a couple of oracle cards and work with those for a minute, and then we'll do some tarot and then a couple oracle cards to end. So really diving into each quarter. The Mirror is your winter. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, but let's get a Woodland Warden. Quail and Gooseberry with Anticipation. So we're going to read about this concoction of quail and gooseberry and then sort of see how they mesh, how that meshes with the mirror. Okay, I just need to find the card. I feel like this might be the last card in the deck. Yes, it is. Okay, Anticipation. Fresh gooseberries are a tempting treat, but pick them without care and you might hurt yourself. Gooseberry bushes are loaded with thorns meant to protect the delicate fruit within. Similarly, the quail anticipates danger by hiding among low-growing vegetation. From its obscured perch, it keeps careful watch, monitoring for predators. The event or outcome you've anticipated is about to occur. Take advantage of your foreknowledge, preparing for what's to come. Am I often surprised or caught off guard by how things turn out? How can I balance vigilance with healthy openness to risk? Very interesting. And then meshed with the Mirror. To me, this is picking up on where this hummingbird energy may be a little out of, like, too dominating coming into the year, where it's like you've maybe pollinated a lot of projects or a lot of things going on or a lot of external pulls in your life because you've kind of, just pollinated a lot of things. And so there's this like constant anticipation of always needing to be on the watch for like, oh, what's needed from me next and what's going on with that and what's going on with that, and just like too spread thin. So that like hypervigilance, that anticipation of what's next, what's coming now, what's this, where am I going now, and almost feeling like you've spun out. But the winter, which is a season that asks us to slow down and go inward, starting to slow that rhythm and starting to reflect to you that that is something that has actually created a lot of imbalance in you. And that reflection starting to help you to enter into that inward time out, depth journey feeding your introverted side a little bit more. So some mirror work, some shadow work coming through in winter to help bring recognition of this. But it's like first noticing the patterns and starting to feel okay. We can get sort of like adrenaline rushes from having a lot to attend to. It can almost even be like a need to avoid that introvert, that internal place for some reason. But I think winter is purposely kind of shutting down some activity and some of those needs. And so you're going to start to notice that all of that pollination and activity has created this kind of rubberneck in you of like constantly looking, and you're going to notice like, okay, but there's nothing there. And so like, what am I doing and why am I spinning out? And like, wow, I need to get a hold of this. I've really like overdone it because now I've created this pattern of behavior where I'm just like looking for the next thing I have to attend to. And that mirror really reflecting to you where this is coming from, why this is happening, and that a slower pace and going a little deeper and pollinating a little, fewer things this year could be the thing you really need to kind of come into balance, find your inner reciprocity. Reciprocity, by the way, in case someone doesn't know what that means, is like a beautiful flow of give and take, of not overweighted in giving or overweighted in receiving. I'm just sort of interpreting it as like your two halves of introvert and extrovert needing to kind of be more reciprocal to each other. Specifically, your introvert needing more attention. And so like that's being mirrored to you in winter. It may be sort of hard to accept and hard to, because we create patterns, we create neural pathways in our brain that expect to now be in a certain rhythm, and suddenly that rhythm kind of stops and you may feel like panicked and filled with that like anxious anticipation, like but then you'll start to realize like, wow, I've really gotten into this cycle where I am constantly anticipating, and I see that now, and I see that it's created imbalance. And so now that I see that, I can start working on that. So winter, you're going to begin the work of putting a little bit more curiosity, or at least intention. Like the first step is maybe at least some intention into slowing it down and doing a little bit of deeper inner work. Okay, we are going to bring out your tarot deck now and see a few cards adding to this. I'm pulling this card. Six of Pentacles. That's all about reciprocity too. Your inner side needs to receive more. Really working into receptivity, that it's okay to receive. It's okay to, and the Knight of Pentacles, yeah, this is slowing down. Absolutely. And Strength. Okay. Yeah, slowing down. Realizing that it's okay to be more in a receptive mode, which kind of comes from a little bit of an, internal turning inward place, being okay for things to come to you and not having to be the one that pollinates, letting some of the information, activity, gifts come to you. And I think that's helping you to, just switch into the more feminine side of you. Is like little by little you'll start to open into more receptivity, more relaxed state, and realize that actually a lot can get done when we draw things to us versus assert to make things happen. that in the balance of actively doing things and kind of dropping into receptivity and inaction where things can come to you are two sides of the same coin and are kind of both needed for things to actually really get legs and really go somewhere deeper, less, go places that are more valuable, more grounded rather than too surface. It's easy come, easy go when it's all action. But when you can kind of marry the inaction and the action, the active and receptive, it's like a deeper, more profound weight is given to things. And you're starting to recognize that at least a little bit in winter. But I think it's still hard because you've created a pattern that you have to break, and breaking patterns is not easy. So it is going to take strength. And I think the more you drop into receptivity, the more you start to hear your heart sing to you. So that nightingale in winter is your heart singing to you, is what I'm feeling. Of like, yes, this is a more balanced way, more receptivity, more in action, more allowing things to come to you. You don't have to push and force and activate everything. Attract things to you. Sit back a little. That relaxed atmosphere is very magnetic. And you're kind of starting to, in subtle ways, get that in winter. You're just like, winter is like a tiptoe into this time out and nightingale energy. Okay, let's get a little bit of extra insight from the cards about this winter. Emerald and Milk Thistle, Heal the Healer, Soul's Truth, Atlantis, Emerald Tablets. Heal the Healer. And I can't help but notice the pollination going on there with a bee. Here, I'll hold it up. There's a bumblebee kind of pollinating here. Yeah, this makes me feel like your natural state, your natural essence is to have this beautiful balance, but somewhere along the way, we live in a very masculine, yang, assertive world. Somewhere along the way, you kind of, that repressed a little in you. And I think you're seeing through that now, and you're seeing that like, oh, there's a different way to approach things. And that's starting to help you to remember what your true essence is. And I think that when you are in your true essence, you have like a very kind of profound healing quality to you. And so it's like you're starting to recognize where you got out of balance, starting to touch back into your true essence, where that used to be, or where it naturally, when you're very naturally in you, that inner and outer are quite balanced and create sort of profound wisdom, but also art and music that's profound, and creates joy from a less busy place, a more balanced, beautiful place. And it's like you're remembering in winter. It's taking a minute. I think it's going to take a minute to go through this, but you're remembering that you are that you have very healing, wise energy, and it needs to be healed to be present again. Yeah. It's like recovering a part of you. And then we've got Pelican. Choose to follow the path of forgiveness and raise your vibration. Yeah, and to me, this is a lot of self-forgiveness. Like you may, just seeing that at least coming into the year, you're maybe a very assertive person, and then starting to try and relax back into some receptivity and inactivity, you may feel some guilt in that initially because there's that patterning and wiring in you, and it's like, oh, this doesn't feel right, I feel guilty. So it's like creating a lot of self-forgiveness, because if you can do that and be compassionate with yourself and patient in this process, you're going to see that new balance that you're tiptoeing back into remembering is a much higher vibration. And that's why when you're balanced, things actually work better in your life rather than always being the active force. It's because that affects your vibration. It's not as quality as when you're balanced. Yeah, okay. So that's winter. You're kind of tiptoeing into some things is what I'm feeling. Really starting to get some checks and balances and realizations in place about, yeah, some patterning that's developed that's kind of thrown you off, and trying to get a hold of that and recognize it. Okay, so we are going to look at spring quarter now. So you could either start that at, go from spring equinox to summer solstice, or we could just call it April, May, June. Okay, so we've got the animal. I've seen this, and this has kind of been a theme for 2024 so far, is like coming back into our true, raw, natural essence, the animal, coming back into your raw, natural state, your authentic, animalistic quality. But also grounding down. The animal to me is dropping into that feminine, like the woman who runs with wolves type of thing. Like the feminine is more of that earthy, grounded, sensual, pleasure-oriented, receptive place. So I feel like even before I get this woodland warden out, I'm kind of feeling that, like, as you come into spring, you've kind of dropped into this receptivity a little bit more. And you're starting to feel that a little more sensual about life because of that receptivity being, attended to. And starting to recognize more pleasure, more instinct, more rawness. And then we've got the ladybug and sweet pea as well. So let's read about that card. So happiness, symbols of good luck and fortune. Ladybugs are wonderful insects known to keep garden pests like aphids at bay. The sweet pea is a beautiful scented climber. In the Victorian era, sweet peas were given to thank hosts for a lovely time. Combined, the ladybug and sweet pea represent ease and happiness. Ease, I love that, ease. You are entering a period of happiness, positivity, and good luck. Celebrate your joy by sharing it with others. What brings me happiness? How do I invite more joy into my life? And I don't think you're coming from, because, I feel like you do like being active, you like that external extrovert, it does bring you joy, but it's like, if it's like joy, but it's maybe not deep happiness. And as you start to come into winter and you're suddenly repatterning a little bit, you're suddenly leaning into a little bit more grounded, slow, earthy, sensual, animalistic place. It's like you're easing back into a more natural state. Your wiring is starting to shift a little bit, and you're feeling that that joy that was a little surface starting to deepen and starting to actually manifest as some happiness, not just kind of easy come, easy go joy, but like true, more contented happiness coming through. So yeah, just, I feel this thing of like grounding, just deepening, coming in, and that being something that's so needed. And yeah, brings a new ease that is really, really needed. And it bringing happiness, which is attracting more luck. Okay, a few tarot cards about spring. Yeah, deepening. Remembering and deepening. I absolutely feel that energy. Remembering and deepening. And I think, because I have this sense that you are creatives in some way, even artists for some of you, I think you start to see in spring, as you kind of find an easier relationship to your flow in life, which gives you a little more depth and grounding. It's allowing you, and what I tuned into with that time out in 37 of like going into really like investigating something, maybe internally, but also maybe about a science or a mysticism or something esoteric. You're finding that new space of slowing it a little bit, actually giving you the space to more deeply develop a skill that you already have a skill in, but it's like been a little bit wound up. And it's like suddenly you're finding this connection of how to go deeper with it, like making new connections, leveling up, really finding a depth and a beauty and a specialization, and really getting in there, and it helping you to remember that in childhood you connected to this very easily, but life just kind of frayed your pace, really spun you into the external. But this new balance starting to root in, and this is showing that it is in spring starting to root in, starting to ground you, something you're starting to get protective about even, because you're seeing how valuable it is and how much more profundity it brings to the weight of what you are developing in your skill sets, in your interests, in your curiosities. But also just that reciprocity is really starting to thrive. So I do see, a lot of beautiful remembering, recalling, getting back to your natural essence. But I do see also starting to get into like maybe a little bit of a cave with this, of like, what's the word I'm trying to find? Like there is a warning here that it's like in spring you may almost, I get what is happening here. It's like a pendulum. So you went deep, you've gone deep with, or really far to one side with that external. And now that you've, during winter sort of inched into the internal interiority and a little bit more easeful way, you're starting to remember what this, that you used to have more balance with this, and really getting back to your essence. And now you swing maybe a little too far into the inner territory in spring, which isn't all bad. It's just that like there's a little bit of overprotectiveness now of that inner. It's almost like it's going to be hard to pry you from your cave, where it's like you still need that reciprocity. You still need to share things out into the world with the nightingale. And there may be this thing of like almost shutting down as a reaction, because the pendulum, can't go from being really far one way to coming into center. It's going to go really far the other way. And so there is this thing in spring of needing to you know, that's probably just going to happen. It's natural, but like keeping an eye on that like try to temper that. Try to urge yourself out of the cave, to share a little bit still, to still tend to a little bit of you know, extrovert or external action and activity, so that you don't continue really wide pendulum swings, so you can start to get back into the center where true reciprocity lies. Okay, so let's see a few more cards on this. Pearl and Larimar, let go, surrender, release, patterns and triggers, Pleiades. Yeah, I mean, we saw in winter that you were starting to recognize certain patterns, that continues as the pendulum swings in spring, of seeing even further how maybe you go to extremes, and that there's even patterns in that, because I do feel the pendulum swinging almost like too heavily to the introvert, but that then uncovering another pattern. So it's like layers of patterns that you're seeing, and then being like, oh, okay, I can release that pattern too. I need to balance this. So you are going to see that in spring. You're going to start really uncovering all sorts of patterns that have thrown you off balance, to really come into personal reciprocity. Then we've got Raven. The universe is calling you to notice important synchronicities. Yeah, so the universe is helping you with this. Like, accept that help and that receptivity. We can draw that help from spirit and ancestors and whatnot. Synchronicities, pay attention to synchronicities that come up, because they are helping you to more quickly see patterns and triggers, to be able to release certain things and be able to really come into a more balanced place, into that reciprocal place where your vibration and your colors are really in a kind of flow, and a more balanced, flowing, give and take state of inner and outer. Yeah, okay, so that is spring. Let's see where we go moving into summer. The Starborn. Ooh, I think you're getting into your flow in summer. Okay, let's see your Woodland Warden. It's the Eel and Iris Safety. Okay, let's read about that card and then see how Starborn connects to it. Okay. Eels are furtive creatures, often burying themselves in the murky depths. The idiom "slippery as an eel" refers to the eel's ability to escape harm. The iris is the tall, hardy flower from which the fleur-de-lis, a medieval symbol of power and victory, is derived. Together, the stealthy eel and the mighty iris indicate safety in our homes, relationships, and work. Now is a good time to establish healthy boundaries. If others take offense, do not fret over their reactions. Stand firm in your power like the iris. What do I need in order to feel safe? How can I extend safety to others? Interesting. I think by summer you're coming into that more balanced place of extrovert, introvert, inner, outer. You've gone to some new depths during spring to really develop your particular art or creativity in a much more profound, deep, individualistic way. But, you know, you're starting to come into that balance where you're showing it a little bit more. You're coming into the nightingale to kind of put out into the world sort of the depths you've gone to. And it's really creating this, you know, you're being seen in a new way. Your balance is really showing, and it's really making people take note of like something profound that's unfolding in you. And you just need to be careful not to in summer, because it's going to be very attractive. And I think a lot of people are going to start pulling at you again to kind of pull you out of balance into that external thing. And so I think it's like keeping those boundaries around that beautiful state that you're starting to come into, and really trusting some inner vision and intuition that you've newly been developing of like what, when, who, where are right to share these in. This shouldn't go everywhere. This needs to, because it's so profound now, it needs to be shared in the right place, not just because it can be shared. It should just go to the first thing or place or thing that pops into mind or that asks me. Like, I need to think more deeply about the best place and the best strategy of where to put this new, deeper, profound kind of creative essence that's unfolding in me. Like, I need to be more thoughtful about what I do with that and not get it wrapped up into some old patterns of now making it, just putting it out there to put it out there, and it being busy, you know, kind of becoming more and more surface because it's getting into this busy pattern. It's like, no, keep this deep, but find the right external place to share this. The nightingale, you know, where's the right thing? Don't sing your song just anywhere. Do it where you have find the highest vision, the highest potential for the gift and the quality that is now starting to permeate out of you. Something is much more profound, so it deserves more profound thought and where it's projected and connected out externally. King of Swords, yeah. Trust the authority of your ideas and mind here. You have the wisdom and the vision you need, so trust your mind, trust your authority, trust your intellect as well. Nine of Cups, yeah, something very beautiful could come from this if you put it in the right place. If you direct your skills, your creativity, your something profound in you that's arising in summer, if you direct it in the right place and trust your authority, it really has the potential to make some dreams come true for you. It's really beautiful. And Four of Swords. Take your time. Meditate on this. If you're starting to feel anxious and just like, oh, well, like this will just disappear if I don't do something with it. Like, don't get impatient. Have some patience with this. Take your time, be thoughtful, meditate, weigh and measure, but ultimately make some decisions too. What's the highest vision you hold here, you know, in summer? Where is it you really newly should be directing what you have to offer of your creativity in the world? Yeah, it's leveling up here, so be thoughtful about it and take your time. Okay, a couple more cards. Fulgurite and Rosebay Willow Herb. Regeneration, acceleration, change, shamanic wisdom. Yeah, you're really tapping into your power. You're remembering what your balance is. You're remembering that active and receptive when used in equal measure around your creativity is where your real power is. And it's like you're reviving that, you're reconnecting to your power and that kind of understanding and that natural essence of, you know, you're restoring that, you're recovering that natural essence and remembering it and starting to wield it in summer. So woodpecker, use your discernment and fortitude to achieve your goals and find a new rhythm. Perfect for where this summer should end. Yeah, discerning, understand the weight and beauty of what you now have to offer. You know, put your mind to your goals, put effort in your mind to your goals, and really establish that new reciprocal rhythm that has that balance of going deep and asserting into the world, receiving and giving. Yeah, so really stepping into that in summer. Okay, let's look at autumn, the last quarter of year 2024. The one, wow. With the fox and ivy, adaptability. Okay, let's read about fox and ivy first. Okay, foxes are cunning, quick thinking, and clever. When paired with ivy, a hardy plant that flourishes even in harsh environments, the fox reminds us to apply our cleverness toward adaptability. Allow the fox's ingenuity to guide you. Nimbleness and adaptability will suit you well in your endeavors. Do I feel stuck? How can I adapt to change in my life? Okay, so I think as you come, you know, in summer, you've come into kind of that new rhythm, that new kind of balanced state of reciprocity where you connect in a deeper way to what is profound in your creativity or art, whatever it is for you that you connect to, your wisdom, whatever it is. I think you're, you know, like we saw it in summer, like I think you're leveling up. And now there is certain kind of new status. And so you need to anchor into the importance of that. And because you're leveling up, very different types of opportunities that I don't think you've been familiar with before or really recognized you'd ever have access to start to present themselves. And so you need to remember your power in certain situations, in new offers, new types of opportunities coming to light. You need to remember that you have the power over what you agree to. At the same time, because there's a lot of new things coming in that you're not familiar with, it is also worth being adaptable. So there's also this reciprocity and balance needed in terms of like, you know, when you feel really deeply about something that's profound to you, you don't need to compromise there. But there may be other things that aren't as integral to that new balance you've established where you can be flexible and adaptable, because the landscape you're standing in August or in autumn, I think is just very different. So walking in feeling empowered, but also with an open mind, because yeah, it's just like a different world. I just think you enter kind of a different world in autumn, and it's just like very, you know, like keep an open mind, but don't ever surrender your power at the same time. the things you feel can be flexible and adaptable, allow those to be. But the things that are core and part of your essence and part of what is profound, know that that is what holds the power for the new landscape you've been given access to. So don't compromise that, because that could then compromise that access, that new status. So keep true to what that core thing is that's kind of given you that new, the one, the starborn, the status. But keep an open mind at the same time of different ways to engage the new environment, the new opportunities, the new whatever. Yeah, totally different. Autumn, you're going to have a lot of recognition about pretty massive changes coming through. It may feel like your old world is disappearing. Yeah, you're tipped upside down. You're having to see in a new way. No wonder the fox came with adapt. You really need to see things from different perspectives. You need to pause. You need to allow anything that's already kind of sweepingly moving out of your life to go. It wasn't stable anyway, no matter how that might feel. And just trust that you have a very nourished, very strong mind that's already shown up before. Trust the ideas, trust your intellect, trust the way that your mind and heart are in communication here, but still be adaptable. Still try to see from other perspectives, allow old things to go, even if that brings some grief. But ultimately, to really find your wings here, you need to trust the visions that you newly start coming into for the new world you're stepping into in autumn. Whatever visions come in for you, trust your heart with that, of where, your mind and your heart connection, where they want to take you, what's right for you, what kinds of agreements. There may be some like illegal documents, like agreements being signed here for some people. And trust what feels right. Be discerning still. Stand up for yourself. Negotiate. Trust what your heart wants and be willing to negotiate for yourself. Advocate for yourself. You may also find some causes that you want to nurture with the gifts you have in autumn too, just like another side thing that might be coming through. Oh, I have the wrong deck. Okay, last cards for autumn. The Empress Tree, catalyst for change, clarity, freedom, unbinding. Yeah, big change coming in the autumn. Things are going to go, things are going to come. It's going to be a little bit dramatic, I'll be honest, but it's all coming in because you're leveling up. You're coming into a new sense of empowerment, clarity, freedom, and it comes with shifts, it comes with changes. It's having to let go of some things from the past. And I think you will already know that, but that, we still have to grieve things. So just expect a little of excitement and grief here. Finch, new opportunities and choices are opening up to you now. Claim them. Yeah, just confirmation. You're entering a new world. So there's adapting to it. There's changes. You need to stand strong in what's core in you, of why you've come here, but also be open to learning and seeing different perspectives and understanding this world, getting to know it. Just big change, new world, new opportunities. And I like the last word to end this, the last two words to end this, claim them. Yeah. Your heart knows what's right. Your mind is sharp. So claim them in the way you want to claim them. Advocate for yourself there. Okay, to end the reading, we are just going to get a couple of last messages sort of to end the, let's see, where is this going? to, you know, just some food for thought from Kuan Yin about your year, some kind of like offering from her about what she wants to help you with, what kind of guidance she might have to offer you with the whole of what we've kind of gone through. So we've got Tai Chi rising. So this is Kuan Yin 32. They're all of the cards are Kuan Yin. It's just different versions of her. So Tai Chi rising. And the guidebook for this goes for pages. So I'm just kind of going to pick and choose a couple things. Okay, it says your energy field is growing stronger with more spiritual electricity pulsing through your being. Take time to nourish your nervous system as it adjusts and be gentle with yourself as you adjust to increasing levels of spiritual potency, which gives more impact to your words, actions, and thoughts. I mean, if that doesn't sum up everything we've talked about, I don't know what to say. That's really crazy. Literally rewiring your nervous system here, which I also think extends to your neural pathways. Yeah, your potency. I love that word potency. Your potency, because you're finding that new balance is really starting to take off. Okay, let me find maybe one more little paragraph. See, let your energy field continue to grow through chanting, meditation, energy work, and healing, and whatever else intuitively feels right for you. This oracle is confirmation that the growth is happening and needs to happen for you now so that you are able to do your life's work most effectively. So a little bit of destiny shining through there, it feels like. And I did feel the hand of, you know, a spiritual hand in all of the things. So you may be a little bit pushed from unseen forces into a lot of this, but for your own good, for your own sort of birthright almost. Okay, last card, we're going to get a plant message that will show you patterns that will arise when you are out of balance this year. And this is really important for you guys because that's what this reading has been all about, is like finding that balance in order for you to really come into your potency. So patterns that will arise when you're not in balance and patterns that will arise when you are in balance. Okay, so you guys have Serrato. So when you're not in balance, patterns that may show up: uncertainty or doubt of one's inner wisdom and truth, invalidating what one knows, over-dependent on advice from others. And we did see these strong, like King of Swords, Queen of Swords showing up, some strong, like you really need to trust your mind, your truth, your heart. They are on point, they're sharp. So I think working on like trusting those is, yeah, when you're not, there's something out of balance. And so it may be kind of like, yeah, you're not internally feeding yourself enough if that's out of balance, I feel like. Okay, patterns of balance: trusting one's inner knowing, intuition, self-confidence, certainty. Beautiful. All right, so this is your 2024 reading. Really, really profound. I mean, tapping into that word again, profound, that kind of caught me from, was it this card, Tai Chi card? I think it was. Really catching for me. It's a profound year for you. So yeah, step into that. Claim it, like one of those cards said somewhere. All right. Good luck with your growth journey in 2024. I hope this resonated. If so, I always appreciate support in the form of likes and shares and subscribes. Definitely always grateful for kind and thoughtful comments. And yeah, I hope to see you in future readings and that you have a beautiful day wherever and whenever you are. See you guys. Hello, Pile 4. Welcome to your reading all about your whole year of 2024 predictions, outlook. So just before we jump in, having been through the 3 previous piles, when I started this, I wasn't quite sure how long the readings would be. Each pile has gone no less than an hour, so buckle in. One of the piles was an hour and 10 minutes. The others have been probably about an hour and 5 minutes. So it is, you know, a little more than an hour, so get ready for that. You guys picked the tarot that's the Tarot of Mystical Moments, and I will bring this deck back in a little bit of a later portion of the reading. And you guys picked the Aquamarine, so I'm going to place that to the side. Kind of anchor you into the reading. So before jumping in, just a little bit of an index of what we're doing. So we're going to get some oracle cards to show what the overarching energies of the year are going to be for you. And how I'm going to do that is we're going to look at what kind of growth arc did you go through coming into this year. Hence, like, what have you kind of solidified or like anchored and grounded into as something that you can use as a strength coming into the year. And then seeing what the new year tone, because there's like new numerological vibrations that change with the change of numbers in a year. So like, what is that new tone pushing you to newly go into an arc of growth with? And then we'll do a couple more oracle cards to really center into what that is, get a good idea of what that new overarching energy is, where your growth path is going to be for the year. And then we are going to dive into each quarter of 2024. So winter, spring, summer, autumn, and get a good feel for what's going on in those quarters and how they might interact with that overarching year energy. And then to end, we will get a message from Kuan Yin for you, as well as from a plant ally. Okay, so let's jump in. We're going to start with, what are you stepping into the year having already come into a lot of growth in? So something that's kind of a strength for you. Got 10, karmic completion. Interesting. So this past year may have been a slightly heavy one. But with the number 10, that always indicates sort of a new beginning as well. So ending and beginning, coming into the year with karmic completion. Let's get an animal to see if we can get any more insight into what maybe that karmic completion was about. Ooh, I think this one wants to come out. The owl. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit hard to say, and that doesn't surprise me because it's a collective reading. But my guess is you will each probably immediately know what this connects to for you. But the owl is showing me that through going through this karmic completion in the past year, you've really gotten in touch with your intuition and your personal wisdom, really having kind of like a clear-sightedness, a real depth, new kind of depth of understanding, depth of being able to sort of observe and see things in a more high-minded, wise way, having gone through whatever the past year was, whatever felt sort of heavy, that you really worked through and released something, is my sense here. And you've come out of that very wise, having gained a lot of wisdom. Okay, now let's see what this new year vibration is bringing into store for you in terms of some growth. Love partnership. Ooh, that's really funny. I was just thinking before I started this pile. I took a little break because I needed to charge a battery. And so I had a minute to kind of reflect on all the readings, and I had this moment where I'm like, wow, love has not really come up yet. That's interesting. So here we are. You guys are the love pile. So this year really wants to teach you a lot about relationships, harmonizing, how to move things from conflict to peace, a lot about cooperation, a lot about empathy, what it means to trust. And then looking at the numbers 2 is, to me, that relational tone. And then 6 has a lot to do with duty. So how do we show up for others? Because it's our responsibility to, when we are in a partnership and we're establishing trust and committing in love, what kind of duty comes along with that? How do we need to show up for another person, as well as in our own power? So a lot of establishing some balance, definitely establishing some balance in love and relationships going on here. So you may be someone that's not in a relationship right now, but that would mean this year could be filled with dating or a specific love. Maybe you are in a relationship or already married and it's just like a year to really work on, maybe there's some things that could use some work in the relationship, or you're just getting to a deeper sense of that commitment and what it means to have a partner in your life, what it means to love, that kind of thing. So whatever spectrum you're on, there's definitely some growth coming your way. And then we've got the lizard, which I think is really lovely kind of balance there. It adds a little bit of a dreaminess. In this deck, the lizard has a lot to do with sort of like being able to dream things into being. So what to me is like connecting into what is the vision? What is the vision you have for relationships? Getting really clear about how you want a love partnership to feel, what you want, what aspects of a love relationship feel important to come into a state of flourishing, where you can compromise, just kind of holding this highest potential of like, what in my heart of hearts do I wish a relationship or my relationship to feel like? And this could even be like, maybe you are already with someone and things are fine, like there's no, it's not like you're on the verge of needing to go to couples therapy or something, but there's just like, like maybe you guys as a couple aren't living the life you hoped and dreamed for you guys, because reality sets in, life happens, and maybe you've just kind of settled and been like, this is life, this is what it is. But maybe this is a year where you can start to dream again. Maybe there's like openings happening where you can dream about being the couple that has a certain freedom, or I don't know, whatever it is. I'm just trying to give a lot of different scenarios, but coming into a state where it's like maybe the doors are opening again in an already established good love partnership, where doors are opening again to redream what you guys want together. So just, whatever spectrum you're at, I'm just trying to give some flavors here. Let's pick two more cards to give a little bit more insight into this new growth path. And I do, just thinking about where you're coming from, I think there's something about having come into a new empowered sense of wisdom and being able to kind of take the big picture in and come from a higher place that's like all of a sudden like, oh, I'm spotting this part of my life, love relationships, that I'm seeing new potential could be dreamed into being. So just like, yeah, it's like you've leveled up in your own wisdom, which is now giving you a new lens. And you're like, oh, hey, I can apply this wisdom over here. I think there's some updates needed. Okay, emotions. So for some of you, again, because love partnerships means wildly different things to everyone coming here, I'm just trying to give, of any of the piles, I'm like, I want to give a lot of variety of what this could mean. For some of you, maybe you working on understanding your emotions, being able to see that emotions are information, they aren't you, is something that you may need to learn a lot about in order to really establish the kind of love partnership you dream of. For others, maybe you need to get more in touch with the emotions of another, more empathy, growing into some more empathetic understanding, being able to stand in the shoes of another in order to really level up in terms of how you've experienced love partnerships in the past or at current. You may be dreaming of a relationship that's very emotionally nourishing, of a partner who is very emotionally attentive or just having a more emotional connection in the relationship you're already in or in a new relationship, whatever that means to you. And it might mean all of the above, who knows, but whatever comes out for you. And then we've got in the priestesses of light, your priestess over the year is divine masculine, electric, active power. So my sense, that's very interesting because I definitely relate emotions to more of like the feminine, and then we've got divine masculine. So to me, there's like, and this is 8, which is our year number, a lot of power too. To me, this is like finding that right balance, striking that compromise and that cooperation of like, wanting a love partnership that feels very emotionally nourished, but also has some real active, energetic, clear sort of knowing when to assert, when to be active and clear and direct and confront things, and knowing when to be empathetic and kind of a little more recessive and listening, when to give, when to receive. This feels like a balance to me, absolutely. Like, because when I think of like the lizard being able to dream into being the love partnership you want, to me, the ultimate partnership is having that harmonious balance of tenderness and action and assertion and confronting things when they come up, but then nurturing and listening and kind of putting your needs in the background when the other person is more in need than you. So just like finding that balance. And it may mean you needing to work on both aspects of these this year. A lot of growth in understanding when it's appropriate to confront things, what's worthy of confronting, how to be assertive in what you want in relationships, how to inspire your partnership and your love to be active in the world, and when to, like, how to understand what emotions you even have, how to communicate emotions, how to draw the emotions of your love partner out, to understand how they're feeling. So just, yeah, like a lot of work in so many ways here coming through. So a lot of growth this year in really finding that balance that helps you to dream a really, really beautifully harmonious kind of love partnership into being. Okay, so general overarching sort of growth path over the year. We're going to jump into each quarter of the year now, and when it makes sense, kind of tying it into how this overarching energy is interacting with the quarter and what's going on. So we'll start with winter. So January, February, March. We're going to do a couple of oracle cards. We'll dissect those, and then we'll do a couple of tarot cards, add those in, and then end with a couple more simple oracle cards to end the season, or the quarter. So we've got the Siren and Chipmunk and Laurel with success. So let's see what Chipmunk and Laurel mean in the guidebook first. And then we'll tie that into the Siren. Okay, the Chipmunk and Laurel symbolizes a new venture that will surely lead to success. The chipmunk often takes the road less traveled, finding hidden pathways and adventures along the way. The laurel is a symbol of victory, used to crown the winners in the ancient Olympic Games. Together, they tell us to take charge of our destiny, carve our own path, and find success. Forge a unique path toward your desires. The road to achieving your goals is hardly ever straight and easy, but the journey is ultimately rewarding. So I'm going to interpret this in two ways, and I think they both apply. So I don't think you necessarily need to pick one or the other. I think they're both valid. I think that winter, some new opening, it feels more career-centric or work-centric. Something new is happening there, where there's new traction, new opportunity. And I think you've attracted it to you through a certain elegance in your field that you've developed, a certain allure that you have, a unique understanding of the work you do, kind of thing. Or maybe you're making your own opportunity. You're feeling that siren call, the allure to create a new path in your life. And the chipmunk is kind of, and Laurel saying like you are like, trust in whatever happens around this, because you have the ingredients needed for this to be a success. You've kind of done your due diligence, you've gathered what you've needed, you've developed certain resilience and resources and skills and whatnot. Like it's that calling, that allure is there for a reason. There's something empowering about what comes up. The other thing here is this does feel like the beginning, like the entryway into something different and interesting happening around love partnerships. Someone new that's very intoxicating and alluring, something different going on in an already established love relationship that's different and alluring. Sometimes we can be wary of that alluring, because is it like a trap type of thing? Because sometimes the sirens in mythology are a bit of a trap. But because of Chipmunk and Laurel coming out here in success, along with like that dreaming things into being, I think this is actionable. And I think it said something about actionable. And so like leaning in winter into that masculine, like assert yourself. Whatever's alluring in terms of both career, but also in relationship. it's okay to fall for that siren call. There is something authentic here, and there are ingredients for success here, even if you may kind of question if this is real or a trap. It could start out as a little bit of a glamour that's not real, but there's like a turning point that happens where you're able to turn it around and it becomes something real, even if it ends up that it wasn't initially that. For some, it may initially be that. I'm just saying, either way, whether that siren call is kind of an illusion or a glamour or really authentic, you have the ingredients to turn it around into something authentic and potent. If it didn't start that way, if you find like down the road that say it's a new love relationship and it's this mysterious artist or something, and you're like, yeah, but artists can be slippery sometimes, right? Like, are they just an intoxicating person and I'm going to be burned here? Maybe they did go in with not so pure intentions, or without, I don't want to say pure intentions, because sometimes people just love and they don't necessarily realize that their intentions aren't coming from the exact right place. But like something happens once the interaction takes place where it changes them, and they suddenly know what devotion is, and they suddenly know what it means to trust and commit. Something changes, like you have the ingredients needed to kind of like change them. Not change them, but it like wakes something different up in them, your interaction. But if this is an already established relationship, it's like something, another analogy could be like, your partner, your spouse, starts to chase a dream of working abroad in their field, and it sort of feels whimsical, but then it actually like happens, something like that. But then that new sort of exotic shake-up really changes what you might start to feel like you could dream of together, kind of thing. So yeah. All right, let's do a few tarots. We're going to finally break out your tarot deck. Tarot of Mystical Moments. I think that's what it's called. Something like that anyway. So we'll do a couple of these to get more insight. So 10 of Swords, interesting. 3 of Swords. Ooh. And then the Hermit. Very interesting. Yeah, I actually feel pretty clear about what this is. For a second I was like, oh, these are hard cards, but no, what's going on here, tapping into, let's return to the analogy of like maybe a spouse all of a sudden has this dream to work abroad, and then something actually happens and that becomes a possibility. Sometimes the 10 of Swords cards, even 10 of Swords card, can often mean sort of like the low point, hitting your head against the wall, betrayal, that kind of thing. It also, in another way, can also, sorry, I've said also 50 times, can alternatively mean, because any 10, and we picked up on the 10 here, this could be in connection to this 10, that you've cleared some kind of karma, you've already been through it, and as you enter winter, a paradigm shift is happening. And so that would match really well with what I said about like suddenly the doors open for you as a couple to move abroad. That's a huge paradigm shift, right? And maybe before that, things felt a little stuck. Things felt like they were falling apart, but now suddenly there's new flavor in the air, a new revival of energy between you. And then the 3 of Swords would also indicate that you know, maybe some of this karmic completion for some of you guys was around love or around a general disappointment in your heart. That could even relate to work. Something that was a major disappointment, whether it was love or work, I want to say because of these earlier cards, has helped you to have a certain lived experience that gives you a new quality of how precious life is, how precious opportunities are when they arise, and how to really identify where there may be red flags in certain things, where the green lights feel right, a deeper trust in your sense of whether other people are trustworthy of investing your love in or investing your heart into a project or work. It's just like you have this new meter that's much more elegant, that's much more wise, that's much more experienced. And so you're taking that with you into whatever this new alluring thing is. You've really developed a new kind of instinct, a new trust in your instinct. And I think it's really, oh yeah, I mean, that wisdom, you've gained some wisdom, but it was hard won, you know. It was something that I actually want to say it like nearly broke you, but it didn't. And now you are back stronger and you really trust your instinct. You really have like a much more beautiful heart. You really understand the preciousness of life, of opportunity, of following your dreams, of answering the siren call when it feels right. So just more wisdom. You're really, yeah, trust your wisdom. Trust that a paradigm shift is entering right off the bat this year, and something alluring is really calling out to you. Okay, a couple cards to end, more simplistic. Candle Quartz and Bleeding Heart, show yourself, vulnerability, self-worth, feminine healing. Yeah, trust yourself to know when to be vulnerable, like an alluring siren call of sorts, and having gone through some disappointment somehow may, you know, to many, it could hold them back. It could create walls, but you've done a lot of karmic completion in this, so you understand how to understand your vulnerabilities and how to use them as a strength, and how by being able to embrace them and show them and understand they are part of what makes you you and special and valuable. It's a very deep, very feminine connection to heart and experience. And it's like you get that and you're willing to show yourself when the siren call comes. You're willing to kind of open up, be vulnerable, and say, you know what? Life is short and I'd rather have my heart hurt 10 times than never have opened it, you know, kind of coming into that place. And then we've got Flicker. New rhythms are coming into your life now. You are encouraged to trust and adapt. So that's just confirmation again about, yeah, follow the call. Even if you're nervous that it might be a glamour, an illusion, it will turn into something. It will bring new rhythms, new paradigm shift. Something pretty dramatic, I think, is shifting for you in winter quarter. Yeah, so that's, yeah. All right, let's move on to spring. I have a feeling that your reading is going to go the longest because we're already at 30 minutes and we're not very far in. So I think it's because I spent so much time at the start trying to give some variety about, you know, the love partnership, just to help people enter the space with where they are. Okay, so spring, we've got the Temple. That's gorgeous. I love this card. Temple and this one. Dragonfly and Pansy. Oh, I love those colors together too. A lot of blues. Okay, let's read Dragonfly and Pansy, and then let's see how Temple works with that. Let's see, XLV. Okay, balance, which we've already talked about, balancing kind of the emotion and the assertion. Okay. Perching with a delicate grace, the dragonfly is a symbol of balance. Nimble and attuned as a dancer, it moves effortlessly through the air, shifting direction with ease. Pansies are named for the French word penser, meaning thought, and were given by the Victorians as tokens of thoughtfulness. Together, the dragonfly and pansy indicate a harmony of thought and action. Like a dragonfly hovering above water, you are healthy and confident. Your physical skill is matched by your mental and emotional strength. Balance, wow, like you're really just jumping in. Okay, is my attention shared among my various interests and endeavors, or do I tend to favor just one? Am I satisfied by how I spend my time and energy? How can I build more balance into my life? Beautiful. So in connection to temple, this is spring will be all about really getting into this new rhythm that we saw in winter is starting to open up to you. And with that paradigm shift, you are able to kind of redo the balance of your day-to-day, what you give your time and attention to, and really getting this opening and opportunity to kind of cultivate and curate sort of new habits, new rhythms, new interests that you give a lot of thoughtfulness to, where you're not spread thin and you're not bored. You have just the right amount of things on your plate where you're able to be thoughtful and create rituals around them, make your life feel like a walking prayer, feel like very sacred in tone. And I just see that as being a thing that's even like further enhancing this dreaminess around what you find possible in love, because you're starting to fall more in love with your own rhythms, with your own lifestyle, with your own thoughtfulness of how you're living and what you do in your day-to-day, with a lot of rhythm and skill and beauty and eloquence, and yeah, just feels like you're coming into your groove this year. So I mean, initially that can be some work, but I don't know why I feel like you drop into this. It might be that siren we saw earlier. I just feel like you're just like dropping into something so easily, like you even shock yourself with like just new shifts and new balances and new rhythms that start to just like unfold so effortlessly. So, I don't know, it's a very positive reading, you guys. Not to say there aren't challenges in getting this done, but there's some, I don't know, it's like your life suddenly becomes choreographed to like the most hauntingly beautiful song, and it just starts to flow and feel magical. And then we get the star, new hope, yeah. This new kind of rhythm, this new balance is just, yeah, making you feel inspired. King of Cups, making you feel confident and comfortable in your emotional authority, in having, like, approaching your relationships and everything you really do with a strong heart, but a strong heart also meaning you know your boundaries, you know where to exert strength and where to kind of be soft and tender, and just like really trusting, just trusting how your heart moves you, and your confidence in balancing things and harmonizing things, in allowing life to be great and beautiful and big and interesting and adventurous and exciting, but also rhythmic and beautiful and meaningful. And then the Eight of Cups. that is a walking away. Well, I mean, going back to the analogy, if some paradigm shift does happen and you end up moving to a new country with a partner, that is walking away, you know, like you are walking away from some old things. There is a paradigm shift going on here, and even though it's beautiful and it's everything you could have ever dreamed for, it doesn't mean you don't grieve things that you're walking away from. A home, a state, a country, a community, friends, family. Maybe you're leaving one relationship and going to a different one. But, irregardless, as you're kind of dropping into this new paradigm, yeah, things are going to have to be left. And it's okay to have nostalgia. It's okay to grieve that, but keep on marching. The Eight of Cups, if this were the Five of Cups, I would feel very differently about this. It would feel more difficult. Usually the Eight of Cups is like a more natural sort of something's run its course, end of the road of something. You see that, you get it, it's happening. Like graduating from high school, you're leaving something behind, but it's a very natural transition, and there's things to grieve, but there's also excitement of like maybe you're going to college, or maybe you have a job lined up, or maybe you are someone who's very fortunate and you get to take a little sabbatical where you go travel for a year. But that doesn't mean, even though there's these exciting adventures up ahead, that it's an end of an era. That's sort of what it feels like. You're leaving an end of an era, but you're walking into something so exciting. And it's okay. Like, we all can hold multiple things at once. So spring is that actual trigger point of like winter. I feel like the dream was becoming possible, and like spring, you spring into action, the change, the shift happens. So you're walking away from one thing and walking towards another, and it's just, it's a lot to hold. There's grief and there's excitement there. Again, it's being able to hold the balance, really feel the emotions too that you need to feel. Don't suppress them. Feel what you need to feel, but then take the actions you need to take. And then we've got Citrine and Dandelion, Make a Wish. Clearing comparison, surrender to magic. I love that. Make a wish. The future is waiting. Something beautiful is happening. New balance, new rhythms, new paradigm is coming in. So make a wish, because we have the lizard that's dreaming things into being. So dream your dreams, make your wishes. All sorts of magic is occurring. White Owl, the wisdom and messages of the divine are within you. And this is sort of like this owl. A lot of wisdom. You're making decisions not from this place of impulse and naivety. You're making your decisions through lived experience, through wisdom, through being vulnerable, being connected to the divine, understanding your power, holding a high vision for what you want, really dreaming things into being that come from a wise place within you, come from your heart. Yeah, so beautiful. So spring is definitely kind of leaping into the new. Winter was opening that possibility. Spring is leaping in. Okay, let's look at summer for you guys. Discard. Okay. Oh, the unseen. That's mysterious. I like mysterious though. Okay, the unseen and Goat and Willow with overcoming obstacles. Interesting. Okay, let's read about Goat and Willow first. Okay, the goat is a symbol of balance. That has come up so much for you guys, this balance thing. Okay, so the goat is a symbol of balance. Jumping with ceaseless energy, perching easily on even the narrowest footholds. Its vitality and grace are enviable. The willow is a symbol of mourning, often appearing on gravestones. In Greek mythology, willows are said to mark the entrance to the underworld. Oh, the underworld and the unseen. Interesting. When combined, the goat and willow show us that there may be losses to suffer, but we can overcome them with renewed energy and the right balance. A recent loss may have you feeling down, or a new unfortunate obstacle may have appeared in your path. Realign yourself with your goals to regain control of the situation. How can I better achieve balance in my life? How can I plan ahead to navigate the obstacles in my path? Very interesting. I mean, we saw in spring that you were walking away from an old era. This feels like it's tapping into more than that here, though. You know, a paradigm shift, even though I think in general it's for the best. Summer could see you going through some new challenges and lessons around love relationships. It's possible that something doesn't work out with that stuff that came up in winter. That siren call for some may have been a little bit, you know, I think something, you know, I stick by that. I think something real comes through that. Something substantial and something real is found in that. But I think by summer, for some of you, not all of you, whatever that siren call is or was, and as you step into the paradigm shift after spring, or in spring, but after spring, it's like you start to see things that maybe were unclear, unsaid, unthought through. But with the owl and wisdom and leveling up in your ability to see, my sense is summer is this time where it's like you see an issue you were blinded to before. Whether that's about a love relationship or this new paradigm you're in, you see something that would have been hard to foresee, but you're still seeing it before it manifests as a real problem. Because of the new rhythms you're in and the new energy you have and that leveling up in your wisdom, it's like that power of seeing the unseen really sinks into you in summer, and you see a problem that's about to arise and you confront it. This is really challenging you to not just find the balance of, you know, asserting and confronting and tenderness and feeling what needs to be felt. It's like really digging into them in nuanced ways. You're seeing something that was previously unseen, but because you're better seeing the unseen, you do catch something that is about to rise that could be a problem before it arises. and you tap into that balance, you're really starting to understand, and you confront it, and you are able to overcome that obstacle pretty quickly. So it may have to do with love partnership, it might have to do with the new paradigm you are in, but there's something where you're gonna need to trust your intuition, because it's sort of like seeing something that isn't yet present, but you sense, you intuit, and getting at it immediately, confronting it, taking action to really trust what your intuition is telling you, and really confront whatever it is, whatever this obstacle is that you foresee coming in summer. Okay, sorry, that took me a minute to unpack. That last, what I just said, feels, yeah, like that's it. Then we've got Page of Swords in reverse. I try not to do reversals in this reading, but if it comes, I'm just using the decks in upright, but it came out reverse, so we're just going to keep that, and it makes sense if there's some kind of obstacle in summer. The World and Six of Wands. Yeah, you will overcome whatever this is. Trust your strength. Trust your authority, your strength. Connect into the part of you that knows how to be a victor, that knows how to have courage and face things and have a winning attitude, that knows how to step into leadership, that knows how to step into creative solutions, that knows how to use honey versus vinegar to solve an issue, because there is a beautiful solution to whatever obstacle comes up, and you have the strength, you have the authority, you have the command to take care of whatever it is. Page of Swords being reversed feels like this has something to do with the obstacle, and it being a page means it's something new that's arising. This isn't an old baggage thing. This is totally new stuff, so it's very easy to confront head on because it's something new, and you're seeing it before it becomes a pattern, before it becomes an issue. That insight, that intuition, because you've been through some karma completion, you're like, you know what, this thing that just happened, I'm just going to use the analogy that it's a love relationship issue, even though it might be something just different about the new world you're stepping into. Let's say all of a sudden this new world you're in with either your former or a new partner, love interest, like some new behavior arises because either you haven't seen it because that relationship is new, or because you're like in a different scenario, so kind of different behaviors are starting to come out of both of you. But you see some kind of attitude, some kind of ideas, judgments, beliefs, something that's starting to percolate, something that's kind of starting to pop up, where the previous version of you, before you really came into strength in your intuition and wisdom, may have just kind of excused that away and sort of felt like that was a one-off, or, like, oh, they're tired or this or that. But like you kind of get that intuitive sense, like, no, that's something that could turn into something. Let's just like nip that in the bud now, and like confronting this new, it feels like a new behavior, a new attitude or a new behavior that you're like, nope, not having it. And just trusting, and I know this maybe seems a little bit simple for a whole quarter, but going through this thing really solidifies in you your strength and your ability to overcome obstacles in very positive ways, in very fruitful, balanced, empathetic, positive, but strong ways, where you come through an obstacle feeling sort of win-win, like you really took care of that in a beautiful way, and actually new creativity maybe came out of that, new depth of intimacy came out of that. kind of thing. So it's actually like, even though it might seem simple on the surface, it's actually a very deep thing, because it's really confirming to you both your strength, but also the trust in your intuition that turned out to be very on point. And that's no small thing, to like see evidence of taking action on the unseen, you know? Okay, a couple more cards here. Diamond Heart, Seed Crystal, Golden Age Wisdom, DNA Activation, Lemuria, Priestess Awakening. That's all very abstract stuff. Let me think about that. Well, wisdom is showing up again. Golden Age Wisdom. And Diamond Heart, to me, Golden Age Wisdom and Diamond Heart. Yeah, I mean, you're just like really, really, really stepping into knowing the power of your wisdom in summer, and seeing how living through your heart and trusting its wisdom is seeding some really, really brilliant and beautiful things. And I can't help but feel like these two dolphins are kind of flirting, playful, coming together in some way. It's creating, like you will by end of summer really start to feel just like love flourishing in this way, because you've gone there, because you've confronted things, because you've made some compromises, because you've been empathetic but also strong. It's like something's flourishing, some seed crystal. Your diamond heart has seeded some very crystal, beautiful things in love, I feel like. And in the new paradigm, I feel like a new environment that you're in is really flourishing. And we've got Eagle. You are learning all aspects of spiritual connection and reaching new heights. Yeah, I think you're just like, summer proves to you just like the level up you've come into. You're really seeing your new strength and your new wisdom in action, and really trusting it, and really, because of that trust, allowing this new wisdom to seed things into your life, and even starting to see evidence of that flourishing pretty immediately. And yeah, just new heights. Beautiful. Okay. We are definitely going to go long on this one, but there's a lot for you guys. Okay, last quarter, we have autumn. Woo! Well, the shadow is what popped over. There are some very mysterious things. You've had the siren, the unseen, the shadow, the temple. They're all very kind of mysterious to me. Okay, the shadow and oh, that's a pretty card. The duck and chrysanthemum. Oh, that's really funny. I just bought some chrysanthemums to put into like a garland, a holiday garland, and I couldn't remember the name of them. I'm like, they're mums, they're chrysanthemums. Like, I couldn't think of how to pronounce it. So I'm like, oh, here it is, chrysanthemum. That's right. Just an aside. Okay. So the duck and chrysanthemum says luck. Let's read about this and see how that connects to the shadow. The phrase lucky duck isn't just a light-hearted rhyme. Ducks can be symbols of good fortune. In ancient Egypt, ducks were associated with riches, especially gold, and frequently given as offerings to the gods. Likewise, chrysanthemums, bursting forth with long and elegant petals, signify abundance. Luck can be fickle and mysterious. Luck can be a fickle and mysterious force, but it is also, as Roman philosopher Seneca once mused, what happens when preparation meets opportunity. You are on the brink of good fortune. Be open to situations that may bring about positive transformations. How can I prepare for the future? Is destiny mutable or set in stone? And then mixing that with the shadow. Well, you know, you're coming from this year where you went through some karmic completions. And this feels like there's this little shadow left over to also karmically complete. Is like that may have been a rough past year, 2023. And so you developed a shadow out of doing shadow work of like, I'm just not lucky. Yeah, I put the hard work in and I clear this, but it's because I put the hard work in, and everything that comes my way is done through hard, you know, it's been hard won, right? And so like a shadow sort of developed that like things are supposed to be hard. And yet this year has proved to you that when you kind of surrender into a little bit of magic, actually some really special, strange, amazing, beautiful, crazy things happen. And what I feel like is happening in autumn, so October, November, December of 2024, is like you suddenly see this shadow thing in view. Like you suddenly catch yourself thinking of how easy it was to get to this point. Not that there weren't any challenges. Of course, we've seen there's some challenges. But at the same time, there's also been a lot of strange, beautiful, alluring things going on, magical things going on. And all of a sudden you catch yourself in this thought of like how magical that's been. And like, wow, you know, I am actually starting to see that I had this belief that everything for me, for some reason, was always hard won, always took so much effort. And that's actually not really true anymore. That's a belief I think I can let go of. So I think you're just having this reflective moment come autumn and releasing this sense that's been deeply, you know, a subconscious thing. You know, it may not even be something you repeat to yourself in your mind and you're conscious of. I think it's unconscious, like things are hard for me. And you suddenly realize that's something you feel about your lot in life. And you're like, that's actually not true. This year has proved that wrong. So much of what's happened has been lucky. So much of what's happened has been beautiful and easy. Yeah, so I think you're starting to resonate because of some subconscious shifts and a shadow you're releasing with a different vibration of like, I am open to magic. Luck can happen to me. And it really shifts the way things are able to manifest in your life and the kinds of things you draw into you and believe in and allow to happen. Yeah, I love that. Okay, let's get a few tarot cards. King of Pentacles. Knight of Pentacles. Wow. The Empress. Holy smokes. This is all about a lot of real material dreams starting to root in for some of you. With your love partnership, there could be a baby on the way by autumn. Autumn may be well, we saw in summer there was a seeding time, so maybe you find out in autumn that you're pregnant. So if you don't want a baby, be careful. If that's not something you want or would, you know, feel like is right for you in this reading, it's just, generally life is becoming fruitful. You're feeling more grounded and established, whatever this paradigm shift is, whatever kind of love you've been dreaming, partnership you've been dreaming, and the balance you've really come into. It's like things are anchoring in, you're finding your world, you are molding your world, you're expanding your world, you're commanding your world, you are creating and flourishing, and you just feel lucky. Like everything just starts to manifest. So much really starts to manifest in autumn. Like more than you've ever experienced. It's just like life suddenly blossoms. Like almost like legacy style. You're like, what? My life is totally shifted, and I never would have thought I would be standing in this position a year ago. But look at where I am. I'm so lucky. I'm so fruitful. I'm so strong. I'm so grounded. I'm so comfortable. I'm so energized to also, like, whatever the luck that comes in, it's not fleeting, because you're like, I'm also very willing to take responsibility for all the things that are blossoming in my life. I value these things. I care for them. I want to foster them. I want to take care of them. I want to be in there and have my hands on whatever is coming in, whatever is being created, and this environment that's molding around me and manifesting around me. I want to be actively participating and valuing and keeping this up and keeping things beautiful and keeping things fertile and like becoming the gardener of my life. That's a very beautiful and lucky life that's suddenly around me. Okay, let's look at some last cards and then we'll move on to the last part of the reading. We're actually not too bad in time. I thought we were going to be way longer than the others, but we're doing all right. Ethiopian opal, fertile ground, Pegasus, unicorn energy, rainbow child. Oh, rainbow child, talking about child again, but fertile ground. So children, but also like imagine your life suddenly being this amazing, flourishing, beautiful garden by next autumn. You are suddenly in very, very fertile grounds where before you maybe felt like things were hard, your soils were hard, your efforts were hard, but now you're in this beautiful, rich, soiled environment where things are fertile and life feels easy and life feels lucky. And you are grounding and anchoring into this with the willingness to dig in and be responsible for what's being created and be active in keeping that healthy, keeping that balanced. And something, tying back in this love partnership, and we have two unicorns here. It's like something about your chemistry with, what's newly going on in a love partnership, really kind of being a chemistry that just attracts so much beauty. And then we've got white turkey, the power to heal the earth is within you. Yeah, just tapping back into the gardener thing I'm feeling here. It's like you are moving from grounds, literally or figuratively, that feel infertile and hard for you, to grounds that feel healed, that feel fertile, that feel rich and abundant and connected and beautiful, and that you want to give to as much as it gives to you. There is like a land feeling for a lot of you here. It may not be for all of you, but I do feel like that paradigm shift does like shift the land you're on, whether that's just a move in home or like completely different locale. I do feel that for a lot of you. Yeah, wow, you guys, this is crazy. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, to end the reading, we're going to get a message from Kuan Yin, as well as from a plant ally. So we'll start with Kuan Yin. and I will be reading from her guidebook, the interpretations or whatever, I guess the interpretations of each card are like pages long, so I'm just going to kind of pick out a few things to read, so we're not reading for 10 minutes. Let's see. Blossoms of the Sky Dancer. Well, I love the blossoms. That feels poignant. Okay, let's see what this says. It's number 3. Okay, Kuan Yin dances creative energy and light across the sky, causing blossoms to descend. In the same way, when we tap into our spiritual power of creation, we cause our life and all of life around us to bloom. Our spiritual power of creation, that feels like the lizard, like really connect to dreaming things that you want. Okay, creation is a natural spiritual power within you, beloved. Force can slow down the process. It is time to stop striving and to allow your manifestation to occur. Trust, let go, allow your creation to flow. And we tapped into that shadow work in autumn where you suddenly reflect like, wow, things can be easy if I just sort of let them happen, let life, believe in life, believe in my luck, and surrender to that instead of having the subconscious think that like life is hard or things are hard won for me. Kind of changing some subconscious messaging in you and yeah, allowing creation to flow. Beautiful. Okay, I might find just one more thing. To cultivate yin power, to allow creation to manifest in your physical reality, you can focus more on allowing, flowing, surrendering, and participating in the greater flow rather than the usual ways in Western culture of doing, making things happen, forcing, intending, holding. Kuan Yin guides you now to balance doing with being. Beingness is presence. It is appreciation. It is joyful stillness and wonder. It is the realization within you that you are a spiritual magnet, and whatever you want to attract, you can, simply by cultivating the qualities you seek to experience externally within you. She guides you to sky dance with her now, to become receptive to heavenly energies and to allow the manifestations to blossom like flowers falling from her divine feet. And this gives new insight into this emotions card, because look at this jellyfish, that flowing. It's just allowing, it's dropping into receptivity and it's just being, and it's just floating, and it's just easy. Because of that, it's beautiful and magnetic. And that's something I think that you, like some of the wisdom you gained last year is helping you to drop into this year. That allowing and being and surrendering. I think maybe your divine is already quite strong or something like that. It's like really learning how to just be. And allow and trust and dream things. Cultivate your inner world, who you are inside, how you feel about yourself inside, how you feel love inside, how you're a partner to yourself. And just like that, just like a new magical quality coming in and being able to be in a beingness versus a doingness, and that being something that really switches the quality of kind of like partnerships you bring into. Okay, so our plant ally is going to show us patterns that will arise when you are out of balance this year and patterns that will arise when you are in balance. So we have Star of Bethlehem. So patterns that will arise when you are not in balance. Shock or trauma, either recent or from a past experience, need for healing and comfort from the spiritual world. When in balance, unity with deepest part of the self, sense of inner divinity and wholeness. That's really, cultivating that inner world of what, who you are inside of you, really doing that deep inner work on self, really connecting to your divinity, really connecting to, who you are inside. Not that you aren't already beautiful inside, but like taking care of some subconscious things that you need to go inside of yourself to discover, especially about like, I have to try hard for things to happen in my life. And if you cultivate a different inner world sense, things like that, that's just one example, but what inner world messaging can you work on to be the person inside of you that you want reflected to you in your outer world, that you want life to be lucky and magnetic and easy and beautiful and fertile and loving and filled with relationship and abundance and whatever, whatever it is, like you need to feel that about yourself inwardly too. So a lot of work there, a lot of working through subconscious emotions, I think, too. Beautiful. What a reading. And right when I said that and looked up at the clock, it was 1 hour and 11 minutes exactly. So that is a lot of beautiful new energy, new chapter, new era coming in for you, I feel. Okay, this is where I'm going to leave you guys. I hope this was resonant for you. If so, I always appreciate the support with likes and shares and subscribes. Always very grateful for kind and thoughtful comments as well. But overall, despite any of that, I am just thankful that you allow me to read for you and that you're here supporting my channel just by being here. And yeah, have a gorgeous 2024. I really feel like you're in for just deserving and receiving this year. So how about it? All right. I will see you guys in future readings. Have a beautiful day.